manage your colors from the Color Studio web interface.
Fam, good morning to you. What's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and good morning to you. I hope you had a fantastic weekend, and I hope you are off to a fantastic start right here on Monday. It is April 8th. You know what? I don't even have in my call section right here, along with Bama basketball, will Nate Oats stay? Ty Simpson shows out, scrimmage recap, A-Day. I don't even have anything on this eclipse that's taking place. Are you guys watching this eclipse? So the solar eclipse happens today. I just got an email from school, 2 emails, and we had to send permission slips with our kids to see this solar eclipse. Remember, like, back when I was little, and I'm sure back when you were little, you had to see the eclipse to like pass to the next grade if there was an eclipse. Man, we gotten soft, right? I get it. You have to have the glasses and stuff like that to look up, but there's plenty of glasses. I remember a couple years ago, I guess it was 7 years ago, that the last eclipse was happening. They asked Coach Saban about the eclipse, and they were like, you know, what's going to happen at practice, this and that. And he was like, well, because he just watches the Weather Channel and the Golf Channel, right? And he was like, well, you can see on the Weather Channel how it's going to look hour by hour on the TV. So he's like, you know, if the players want to go out and look at the eclipse, they can, whatever. So, no, I get it. So the eclipse is happening today. I think it's happening at 1:50 here in Tuscaloosa. That's where I'm at, right here in the city. Coach Smook also in the city. T also in the city. And I think they said it's going to be from like 1:42 to 1:50. So, you know, going to scrounge up some glasses or whatever. Don't look at the eclipse. Don't look, all right? I don't know what will happen if you look up at the eclipse. I guess your eyeballs get, like, burned out or whatever. But don't look at the eclipse unless you have, like, glasses on. Or the specific solar glasses, okay? So I appreciate you guys being here this morning right here on Bama Football on YouTube. There's a lot to talk about besides the eclipse, but honestly, I'm excited about the eclipse. I was looking for T. She's not here yet. Yeah, it will damage your eyes, so don't look at the eclipse. Okay, so my allergies are crazy. So if you hear me sniffling or whatever, yesterday I probably sneezed like 150 times. I did yard work yesterday. Kate and I got a ton done. We redid all the mulch. We took out all of the mulch, which is a daunting task. And then we re-put mulch down, right? And then planted a couple flowers. Looks good. You know, kind of getting things shaped up. Even put together like one of those Adirondack chairs. So yeah, we were busy yesterday. We did it. All right, we got a call. We'll take your calls in just a minute. 205-850-1994. Okay. This Alabama basketball team, I want to talk about it when you call in today. I want to talk about, will Nate Oats stay? Ty Simpson balled out at the scrimmage. Can't deny it. That's fact. That's what happened. The scrimmage recap and then A-Day. So let's start at the top with Alabama basketball. Okay, so Smook and I go out. We watch the game. We watched it with you. We decided, you know, after the game, we're just going to close it up and we'll talk with you guys next time you guys saw it, right? So the game happened Saturday night, and I think when you look to Alabama basketball versus UConn, and I'm sure you guys will agree with this, everybody out there inside the comment box, is that, look, this Alabama basketball team is here. The brand is here. What Nate Oats has been able to do at Alabama basketball, really remarkable. If you look at it, kind of, if you zoom out, it's even more impressive. Going against this UConn team, going against, if they were to win and go against this Purdue team, it would have been like beating like Ivan Drago like back to back. What I mean by that, you know, I'm a big Rocky fan, and look, they were the underdog. They were a 12-point underdog, 11-point underdog against UConn. UConn was a fantastic team, and I thought during that first half of basketball, Alabama did a fantastic job. It turned into kind of like a street fight. And I think even UConn was a little bit surprised on just how good Alabama basketball was. They did a really good job. I felt that Nick Pringle, there was a couple of times like inside the paint that he just didn't go up to the basket. I'm not sure why. I get it. Klingon is an amazing rim protector. But at that point, like, take it to him, right? Maybe you draw some fouls or something like that. I'm not sure why I kicked it out. I thought that this monster in the middle, he was fantastic. And I think that Klingon is a lot better than the guy from Purdue. And I guess we're going to figure it out, tonight in the national championship game. I think that this guy, what separated UConn and Alabama was a couple things. Number one, UConn had incredible transition defense. They were able to get to the other side of the court incredibly fast. Plus, the big guy can run. Whereas, like, Purdue, their big man, he kind of like, lollygags down because he's not an athletic dude compared to this other guy. Did you know this? Check this out. Alabama against UConn. Does anybody know? Are the 75 people that are here for right now? And please hit the thumbs up. How many fast break points that Alabama had in that game against UConn? Somebody remind me to tell you, all right? The other thing that UConn did to Alabama basketball was, since they had such good defense, they allowed for Alabama to shoot short-range shots. Thank you. Jor says 0. Bama box 0. 0 fast break points for the first time the entire season. Alabama's entire offense is predicated off fast break points, right? The up tempo. And I felt that UConn controlled the entire tempo that entire game. The entire game. And a lot of that is because of the fact that they had such great transition defense. Those guys got back. There was never an opportunity where Alabama could just sell right through. And credit to Connecticut. That is a good team. I think Connecticut beats Purdue. I think they're a more athletic team. They're going to be the first team to go back-to-back since Florida did it back in 2006, right? That's crazy, Joe. What's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. David, what's going on? Jor, what's going on? Bama box. Caitlin, I see you inside the comment box. Caleb King, does anybody think that Nate Oats will leave to Kentucky? I say no, but Kentucky would absolutely pay that buyout. That is point 2. That is what I'm going to talk about for sure, because everybody is talking about it this morning. What's up, Kareem Hood? I see you inside the comment box as well. Okay, so my allergies. And I do take a Claritin at night, and then T gave me some the nasal stuff. What is it, Flonase or whatever? The allergy. And what made it worse yesterday was that I was working outside. So, I'm trying to, like, on Sundays. Now, I get it. During the season, I have to work on Sundays because, football is so prevalent in, after Saturdays, right? But during this time, and of course, I'm going to work on Sunday after A-Day because, there's so much to cover. Zyzol, what is that? Because I'm serious, it's crazy. I mean, but on Sundays, I'm trying to, because I am such an overworker, just like who isn't. But I need to, focus on like my house or be with my kids or, church or whatever on Sundays, because it actually makes me even more hyped up for my work on Monday. Does that make sense for you guys? Like, if I just went every single live every day, it's like almost too much is like a good thing or a bad thing, as they say. But I don't know, so I'm even trying, I'm like you. I'm trying to balance everything within my life. But yesterday was good. I literally just worked with my hands. Had my hands in mulch. I was planting flowers. I was cleaning. I was, doing everything on the outside. Back to topic 1 before I moved it back to topic 2, right? Yeah, I know. And I should have wore like a mask or a, scuba suit or something. I don't know. But collectively, Alabama basketball, and I don't know what is going to happen with Grant Nelson or who exactly is going to come back, who is going to come back, right? But Coach Nate Oats said, and I agree with this, about Grant Nelson after the game, is he said that he's not sure if he's going to go to the NBA or not, but he has increased his draft stock. 100%. I think for the majority of the season, Grant Nelson didn't really find himself. And he wasn't the Grant Nelson that we expected him to be until the later part of the season. He completely changed during the back end of this season. 1,000,000%. I think the way that he played against North Carolina, he was only one of the first players to have a double-double and so many rebounds, or was it so many assists since like Shaq or something like that? What did Nate Oats say? And I think the way that he played, even in this past game, I mean, when he posterized Klingon, right? That was incredible. That was one of the top moments of the entire game. So I think that Grant, let me ask you, Undefeated. You guys know. Give me a thumbs up if you think that Grant Nelson heads to the NBA. Let me hear from you inside the comment box. I think he's going to, but I'm not this isn't like 100% lock. I could probably see it like 65%. I'm feeling more that he does, just because if you play that well against North Carolina, if you play that well against UConn, you can play in the NBA. But can you do it collectively? All right, there's a big jump, of course, from college to the NBA. I don't know. I don't know yet. Who else do you think comes back for Alabama basketball? Let's kind of merge topic number 1 and topic number 2 together. Joe is saying that he stays. Okay, so I'm sure that you saw it this morning, and I'm sure you saw it a couple days ago with Eric Musselman headed to USC, right? Arkansas coach going out to USC. Are you surprised to hear that Calipari from Kentucky was A, coming back, and now B, going to Arkansas? Are you surprised at that? I kind of am, to be honest, because it's not a lot of times that you see a coach of Calipari's, stature go to another program within the SEC. Right? You don't see it. So now, I was reading on Kentucky Sports Radio this morning. They're talking about, yes, please get the thumbs up. There's only 37 thumbs up. For whatever reason, the more thumbs up, the more people come on the show. I appreciate it. And they are listing their candidates for their next basketball coach at Kentucky. Now, this is Kentucky Sports Radio. And if you cover Kentucky, this is your, this second quarter that you have business-wise is going to be incredible. And it's going to spill over into the next, third and fourth quarter as a business person, because Calipari is like, he's up there with one of the top coaches, if not the top coach in college basketball. What is so perplexing about him is that he hasn't done, he hasn't done Kentucky right over the past couple years. It's been this, that, the other, right? When you were at Kentucky basketball, you're expected to have the season that Alabama basketball is having. You're expected to be kind of in the limelight like Alabama basketball has been. I mean, there's been so much talk recently that Alabama basketball is that team, and now they're a football and a basketball school. Now, there's a long way to catch up to become like really a football and a basketball school, but plain and simple, Nate Oats has done that. He has people talking about, we're talking about Alabama basketball to lead the show going into a day, right? What's up, DeChamp? I see you inside the comment box. Thanks for being here. All right. If Kentucky wants to make a run at Nate Oats, they're going to go all in to get Nate Oats. Nate Oats, okay, look, where is Nate Oats in terms of his stock right now? Right? At the highest it's ever been in his entire career. Ever. Look at what he's done. 11 years ago, he was at Romulus High School coaching high school basketball. Today, he's coming off a Final Four appearance. If you're Kentucky basketball, if you're a Kentucky basketball fan, you're 1,000,000% interested in Nate Oats. Kentucky's going to do everything that they can try to do to get Nate Oats. George says he's not leaving. I don't think he's leaving either. I really don't. Look, I get it. Kentucky basketball is one of the, I guess, are they still a Mount Rushmore? I don't know of college basketball, but they're up there, right? They still have a bigger brand of basketball than Alabama does. Maybe not from this past season, but overall they do. And I think that, besides like what Alabama not having the arena, which I don't know when this magical arena is ever going to get or whatever, but what Alabama basketball is everything, right? That you would want. And specifically now that you have Nate Oats, is it a jump up or is it a lateral move if Nate Oats goes from Alabama to Kentucky, right? Jarvis is saying that Cal ruined the Kentucky basketball brand. Maybe so. I'm not sure. But the way I see it is, Kentucky probably go all in on Nate Oats. But I think Nate Oats is in such a good spot. And from an NIL perspective, Alabama clearly behind, right? Before, things get organized with NCAA football or whatever. But like Alabama as a university to pay Nate Oats, they're not broke, right? They're not behind. They have a big name coach. It's Nate Oats. They just gave him, he has an $18 million buyout, right? So I don't know. Build him a basketball arena. Does that solve things? Who knows? But I think he likes being here. I think that he has something really good going here. I think if you listen to him after the tournament, he says that he's not done. And I think you might be right on this too, Jarvis Mitchell, that the NIL for basketball is very competitive. I think football, it's much broader, but I've heard the same thing, honestly. And I've heard they're going to make a really big run at Mark Sears too. So Paul, what's up, man? Kentucky is a has-been like Nebraska football. And this is a good point. I think people, maybe outside of Alabama, it's like kind of like when we were growing up, Kentucky basketball was like always there, always up at the top. Kind of same thing with Nebraska and Notre Dame. Like people want those programs to be so good. I think that because it's like reminiscent of like when you were a kid growing up, it like reminds you of something, right? But the facts are like Nebraska, nobody cares about their football program. I'm sorry, they don't. Otherwise, On3 would be making a video every single day about Nebraska football, right? Every single day, the main videos at the mothership are about Alabama basketball or Alabama football, right? I'm serious. They have to. It's a Nashville company that is, that has to operate off Alabama football, because Alabama football, even more so than like Ohio State or Michigan, they drive the wheels of the entire bus. And now that you have Alabama basketball, that just increases the brand of the university. So I don't know. Thumbs up, everybody, if you think that Nate Oats will stay at Alabama. Let me hear from you inside the comment box. Give me a thumbs up. Call line is open. It's at the top of the screen. Actually, I'll change the banner so it can be in two places. Let me drink some of this coffee real quick. You guys think Nate Oats said overwhelming, and that would be the poll question for today. Caitlin is saying thumbs up. Jorah saying thumbs up. Paul saying thumbs up. Byron saying thumbs up. Auntie Janet. I love the Auntie Janet. Yes. Yeah, I love that. Eric T says yes. And Arkansas hired Calipari. If you're just waking up and you're freaked out about the eclipse. Right? And you know what's funny about this eclipse is that because, and I'm not making light of like the earthquakes or like the tremors that happened up in New Jersey and New York City, right? But now people are saying that like it's another day of like that, because the world's always ending. We're obsessed with that, right? We love shows that are about like the world. I don't think that we're important enough to like witness the world ending. Who knows? But the eclipse, I think it's gonna be cool for sure. Kyle, it's time to change your name to something like Thai News on YouTube, just because of how good things are, everything. Oh man, I would, but the Bama football, the first company to get that would be like, I don't know, someone larger than me. Someone would be like, now we're Bama football. So I mean, we're gonna talk about Alabama basketball for sure and give them their flowers, but it's Bama football, like forever. Yes, the champ. This is it. This is the Y2K of today. Not as intense because, look, we're going to date ourselves. If you know that about Y2K, remember what was going to happen? We've talked about this before. The computers were like going to Andy Janet in with the slam dunk. $20. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you, Auntie Janet. Remember Y2K? The computers didn't know to like change from 1999 to 2000, and like everything was going to like shut down and stuff. And then like in the last minute, somebody like programmed a code and it just went to 2000, and then we just kept on rolling. It was going to affect like cash registers and like your computer and all this stuff. It was hilarious. But we made it. Andy Janet, thank you so much. She's saying, Coach Nate Oats says, I personally think he will as well. I think at least if they call his agent, I'm sure his agent listens and maybe tells Oats. And Oats is like, that's a pretty nice offer. Probably flat. I don't think he even says it. I think he's talking to his agent. He's like, I'm flattered, but got to get back to work and, look at what he has right here. Because besides like Rupp Arena, what's the biggest difference? And like someone was saying inside the comment box, like NIL is very competitive here. You have something amazing to build off of. Where does Alabama go next? Man, you got to transfer in. You look at what he's been doing recruiting wise. You have the 2 McDonald's All-Americans coming in. I don't know. And shoot. I Alabama basketball's here. And look, if you're out there and you're just like, nah, I don't know if now I will agree with Cynthia right here. You get a big man in, like a really big man. Like, that's why I thought that Christian Bediako, they could have dealt with somebody like that, because look, as good as Nick Pringle was this year in spurts, he wasn't a true big. Like, the bigs, you saw the difference. The rim protector that this Klingon had and that Edgy is from Purdue, those are rim protectors. You could not get inside the paint on those guys. You couldn't. Smook, what's up, man? Good morning to you. Appreciate you. Hey, by the way, Smook just joined us at our F3 class recently. He came last Thursday, I think? Yeah, I put in work. So we love him here. I don't know. That Klingon guy was amazing, but his transition defense was great because he would get back in there and he would basically take out every single thing in the middle. Alabama, what were they on the short range jump shots? Like 9 of 51 or something like that? And so I just think that if Alabama is able to get a true big man, and look, it's tough to find. I mean, this Klingon guy is supposed to be a lottery pick? Who wins tonight? Is it tonight? Is the game tonight on the Eclipse night? It's got to be. UConn versus Purdue. Yeah, it's tonight at 8:20. Okay, I feel that it's going to be overwhelming that it's going to be UConn wins tonight. Who wins tonight, UConn or Purdue? I think it's going to be like 100% UConn. I'm saying UConn. That's not why I'm wearing this UConn-esque shirt. Man, I even look like I have allergy. Like, I'm like coming back from like an allergy. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was crazy. Oh, and some of these fouls were complete bullshit. Like, usually you can't. Rarely do I ever point to like the officials, but there was some crazy calls. Like Grant Nelson picked up some really crappy calls right away. Who else did? Like, was it Sears that picked up a couple too, which is really weird. I don't know. I didn't like the officiating in that game from the jump. Yeah. Smook and I were at Buffalo Phil's. Hey, by the way, Buffalo Phil's treated us right. Shout out to them. It was easy to get into. The food was really good. Callie, the bartender, was amazing. T's up in the house. T.
Good morning, Undefeated.
When's the last time you went to Buffalo Phil's?
So I used to live in the house right behind there in college.
Like the Bear Trap?
Yeah, right behind there. In Gillette. So probably then, 2008.
We need to go back to Buffalo Phil's. Smook had their wings.
The owner was my landlord.
And so their wings are really good because they're small and they're all about flavor. Whereas I think like Baumhower's has good wings, but they're more about like kind of the size. So like, for example, at Baumhower's, the wings, which are really good, you probably need like 6. Okay. But at Buffalo Phil's, you need a higher quantity, but the taste is better. Jay Townsend, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. Okay, so look, so we have a lot of people. We have Coach Smook in here. We have T. We have Auntie Janet. We have Caitlin. We have Nicole. We have Jor. We have a lot of our regulars. All right, and we'll get to our calls in just a minute. Just hang on tight, fam. I'll get to you guys. 256-256. Hang tight. We need to figure out an idea, and we don't have to do this right now, but for Saturday, for some sort of like game planning on Saturday. Now, Saturday for us is a work day, okay? Like, I'm going to relate this to the staff to, we're going to have fun, but it's also like work day. Like, we need to work on that day to stream. We're going to stream probably in the morning till after the game into the night. But we need to figure out how we set it up, maybe starting at 9 or 10 from down at the university. Keep a stream going. And, set up the 2 bar stools, how we have them, have people rotating, because Coach Sean is coming in too. So we'll get together and we'll try to figure out, a game plan on how things go. So we'll keep you posted on that. And if you're coming with your undefeated gear, we appreciate it. Eric D saying another point to be made is that Kyle, this team went further than we thought they would. Yeah, and I get it, and that's amazing. I think that one of the things that is great is that they made it this far, but like this shouldn't, like, don't let this be like your championship. And I'm not saying that you are, Eric D. It's just like this team. I don't think that this team had all of the firepower to win a national title because they were missing that key component, that big man. But I don't think this is the last time that Alabama gets to this point or makes an Elite Eight run. Like, this is the standard now. Maybe not the Final Four. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to find to be one of the best 4 teams. The Elite Eight, I think, is kind of the standard in having the big man. And if you can be able to continue this level to, maybe win a national championship, I think, let me ask you this. If Nate Oats stays at Alabama basketball, do you think that Alabama wins a national title within the next 3 years? T?
Yeah, if he stays.
For 3 years?
Yeah.
Man, that's. I mean, I think that he can make another Elite Eight, another Final Four appearance, and winning the national title in basketball is. I mean, it's never been done, here before. It's almost impossible. Let's take a couple phone calls, and we'll start with a 256. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? It's Luke from Weaver.
Hey, what's up, Luke? I appreciate you calling in, man. Your thoughts on this Alabama basketball team, and do you think that Nate Oats will stay here at Bama, or do you think he'll at least listen to Kentucky?
I mean, you always got to listen, bro. You got to put yourself in their shoes. It is like the Alabama job in basketball, but I'm hoping that Coach Oats is the type of man that wants to build his own legacy. And that's what's available at Alabama. Never won a championship here. We, until this point, had never been to a Final Four.
Yeah.
He is making history somewhere. And I kind of get the feeling that he is the type of man that, enjoys that feeling of making history and being the type of person who is going to build a program somewhere and build his own legacy, be the only man with the statue up in front of Alabama for basketball. So,
You win a national title here at Alabama basketball, I think you get an automatic statue outside the front of Coleman Coliseum, or you get the new Coliseum named after you. Do you think that Grant Nelson stays, Luke?
I think he should, but people are making all types of wrong decisions these days. Bronny just hit the draft. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Everybody's making, stupid decisions. I didn't think Betty Yako would have left last year. You can't tell what these guys. Pringle needs to stay. I think Sears should stay, even though he's the one with the highest draft possibility. But he still has some growing to do. I think he could go be a contributor on an NBA team, but his is on and off with me because there is a chance for injury, and he can be a contributor on an NBA team, but the others, they need to stay put. Ain't nobody else NBA ready besides Sears.
Hey, Luke, I'm running through callers today. I'm trying to get as many as I can. Make a final point on Alabama basketball.
Man, just good job. Nice dunk on Klingon Grant Nelson. At least you did that. Put it down on that boy.
Yeah.
So, good run, fellas. We appreciate the basketball team, and we're going to keep supporting them and being there to see him keep winning. Hopefully Nate Oats stays, man. You have a day.
All right, man. Take it easy. That's my boy Luke calling in from Weaver. Big basketball fan, and appreciate the call. Let's go right back to the phone lines. I think we got Coach Dell calling in from Huntsville. Coach, what's up, man? I appreciate you joining the show. Good morning to you. Your thoughts on this Alabama basketball team. Impressive run by Nate Oats this year in the squad. Kind of lead up with asking you, do you think Nate Oats will stay at Alabama? Do you think he even listens to Kentucky? Welcome to the show, man.
Well, I'll go backwards. Yes, he will listen to Kentucky. He'd be crazy not to. Good morning to you, Kyle. You're always going to listen. Let's face it, Kentucky's a blue blood of one of the blue bloods of college basketball, so you'd be crazy not to listen. But the game itself, I remember, I think I told you a couple of days before the game, watch out for that YMCA whistle. When you get all these little tic-tac calls, and they officially ended Nelson's night.
Yep.
And on the other end, Nelson throws the ball down, and the guy gets slapped in the face, gets thrown to the floor, and no call.
Yep.
And so college basketball officials are, in my opinion, the worst officials in one group of the worst officials in sport. A lot of people go get mad, but that's just the truth because they call according to who the coach is. Back in when Calipari, not Calipari, Coach K was at Duke, they would call because, this is Coach K's team. They're disciplined. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah. And
he's jumping over the guy's back with both hands. And of course, we can go back and look even worse. Go back to the Bobby Knight years. You think those coaches those refs didn't call according to what Bobby Knight wanted? Or it might start out kind of even kill, but Bobby Knight would go out there spit and throw a chair across the floor, and next thing you know, because I remember one year they beat Auburn Auburn dominated the first half. They played Auburn in the NCAA tournament. Auburn dominated them, but the second half, when Knight came out there and got that technical foul and went crazy, they didn't get another call. The ball game was officially over with. So something needs to be done about it. And of course, if you think I'm joking, go back and look at this call. Michigan and Michigan and in the Final Four, Michigan and North Carolina. Chris Webber. They get the ball. They're down 2 points. They throw the ball into Chris Webber. Chris Webber takes 5 steps and walks to the referee. The referee looks at Chris Webber and turns around and backs off and puts his hands, crosses his hand. Man, what kind of junk is this? Go look at it. Look at that film. So the NCAA has a long history of this, and again tonight, whatever big man gets in foul trouble early, that'll be the winner.
Yeah, I agree with that with UConn and Purdue. Coach, I'm running through callers right now to see how many I can get in. Give me a final thought. Wait, hold on, Coach, before you go.
Go ahead. Okay.
Your thoughts on this Bama basketball team and this overall brand, because when you look to the headlines today and kind of everything that's on Twitter or social media about Kentucky having Nate Oats on their hot board, what Alabama has been able to do here is really remarkable. I don't think that it's done just this year. And you can say that because you've looked at the past of Alabama basketball, what they've been able to do over the last 3-4 years under Nate Oats, right? It is Kentucky basketball, but Alabama basketball clearly has something going right now, and I think they probably make another run next year, depending on the guys that stay. But as long as Oats is here, who knows? Sky seems to be the limit for Alabama basketball. What's your take on that?
I agree with you. All the guys should stay. I agree with the previous caller because not one of them, in my opinion, that I don't even think Seals is. Yeah. He may get drafted, but I don't think he'll make the league because I just don't see. I hope I'm wrong, but I've watched the game long enough. I don't see enough there, and I think that they can add a couple of transfer portals, some more offense, and a couple of freshmen, and they should be good to go, and they can get back to the Final Four and win it next year.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you, Coach. Thanks very much for joining me this morning, and I'll catch up with you next time.
Always my pleasure, Kyle.
All right, man. My good buddy Daryl from Huntsville. We go right back to the phone lines. We welcome in Jay Townsend from Round Rock, Texas. Jay, what's up? Good morning to you. I appreciate it. I know you got the undefeated gear. I know you're looking forward to A-Day. This thought. I know you. But the thing about Jay Townsend is he loves Alabama football. He loves the undefeated, but he's also a basketball guy. Coach, your overall assessment on this basketball team, what they were able to do under Nate Oats. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kyle. Roll Tide to you.
Roll Tide to you, man.
Yeah, I'm really proud of the team, but I said this the other day, and Coach Mook said it was conspiracy theory. I felt like they wanted Purdue and UConn in this championship. Now, because I watched the game where Purdue, they got every call. Then this game, I mean, it was ridiculous. I'm an Alabama fan, but I also, when I watch a game, I don't so much watch it for enjoyment. I watch the referees, I watch the players, and the calls that didn't get called against them and the calls that they called against us, it was outrageous. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, we were getting murdered, and they weren't calling no fouls, and they were calling tic-tac fouls on our end. You know what I'm saying? I was just really frustrated with watching that game. I was like, man, it's just like I said. They want Purdue and they want UConn, because Alabama could have beat UConn if that game would have been called a little bit more, fairly. Because they got our big guy in foul trouble right away. You know what I'm saying? And I just got frustrated to the point where I was like, it's just like I said, they want UConn and they want Purdue in the championship, and they got it. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the guys staying, I agree with the previous callers. I think all of them should stay.
Yeah.
Sears, he's a good player. But I feel like if he goes, it's going to be one of the same as it was with Davison. You remember Davison, right?
Yep.
I said that Davison should have stayed. Okay. Yep. Davison has not played on a regular NBA team. He's been in the G League, you know what I'm saying, and have not made his way. And the disadvantage that Sears has is his height. Okay. His height. He's only about 6'1". That's not going to favor him going in the NBA. If he was just lights out, maybe yes. But I think he would end up doing the same thing as Davison. So I think all of them should come back, really.
Hey, I'm with Jay Townsend from Round Rock, Texas. Jay, I'm trying to get to as many calls as possible, so I'm going to ask you your final thought on this coming up, and then we'll go to our 256 next in the call queue. You're coming to A-Day. You're excited about it. You're wearing undefeated gear. What are you looking forward to most about seeing from this team? Is it something on the offense, something on the defense? Is it the quarterbacks? Give me a couple themes, or kind of storylines that you're watching for A-Day, along with just the excitement about coming to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. What are you watching on the field, Jay?
Yeah, Kyle, I got some bad news. I'm not going to be able to make A-Day. Yeah, I had surgery on my leg. I've been having some problems with my legs, and I'm also having some issues with my eyes right now. So I'm going to end up staying home. Okay. I'm actually laying on my back as we speak. But as far as Coach Oats, and I'll let you go, I really hope he stays. But, I mean, it wouldn't make sense for him not to listen to Kentucky if they called. You know what I'm saying? I just hope that if Kentucky calls him, Greg Burns will do what it takes to keep him at Alabama, because I think if they keep him at Alabama, we'll probably win a championship, because he's an excellent coach and he knows how to, go out and get players. So, this is the best we've ever been in basketball, and I love basketball, so it hurts me to even think of him leaving.
But that's all I got to say.
Appreciate you, Jay. So before you go, man, I want you to get better. You know, you got this. We're going to have enough undefeated there. We'll represent well for you. If you need anything, text me. But your thoughts, our thoughts and our prayers are with you. So you got this. You're gonna get through this. And I know you're watching the show, so we appreciate you. And thank you so much for calling in, man. And we'll catch up with you soon. Appreciate you calling in, Jay.
All right, Carl. Roll Tide.
All right, Roll Tide. That's our good buddy Jay Townsend inside the comment box. And we have a 256, and then we have Chris from New Jersey. We'll take the 256 right now. Hey, good morning. Thanks for joining us on the Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Brent from Guntersville.
Hey, Brent, good morning to you. I really appreciate you calling in from Guntersville. Welcome to the show, and hope you're off to a good morning. Come on in. Welcome to the show.
I tell you, on Nate Oats, I think it would be better on him to stay, because if he was to take the Kentucky job, the pressure of that winning program is going to be on him tremendously from year one to get him back. I mean, that's and you know, this year with Alabama, we make the Final Four and in history the first time.
Yep.
The pressure was not on him to get us to the Final Four. Now, the fans have bought in. They're enjoying the ride. I've been to some home games, big crowd. I just think his legacy would be better built at Alabama for when he does win that national championship. That Alabama sure does not have one. I think he'd be well better fit to stay at Alabama. To go into a program that's.
Yeah, I think on the line with Brent calling from Guntersville, I think you make a really great point, honestly, because think about it. I mean, look, I get it. Over the last couple of years, Calipari didn't do what he was supposed to do at Kentucky. But even when he did, it seemed like that's a type of program where there's always something better out there. And they were on him from the jump. I can't even imagine the pressure of Nate Oats going to try to resurrect that program. And I think he could probably do it. If he was to leave, he could probably do it within a couple years. But I think that they would just be on him because it is Kentucky basketball. Every single eyeball. It's like, you know, the Alabama. Like, can you imagine what Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to go through? Right now, everything's perfect. It's so easy because it's the spring game. He's happy. He's very nice. But just wait. Just wait until these first couple of games, until the first defensive touchdown, what you're going to see on social media about his defense, about his offense. Follow me, Nick Saban. Don't think people forgot. Like they're waiting. And I think with Nate Oats going to Kentucky, he would face that type of pressure. When you bring it back to what he's been able to do here, what can he do wrong, right? Besides like not make the tournament. I mean, other than that, he can do whatever he wants. He's already getting paid. They're taking care of him. So I think you bring up a great point in terms of like where he's at right now. He could do no wrong. He's got the keys to the entire city, the entire program. Let me switch gears real quick with you, Brent. When you're looking at this coming A-Day, and I asked Jay Townsend about that a little bit, what are you looking forward to seeing from this program under first-year head football coach Kalen DeBoer? I know it's a glorified scrimmage, but are you watching the quarterbacks? Are you watching the running backs? Is there something else that you're watching in terms of A-Day?
I tell you that the big thing about football to me is the trenches. If you can't win in the trenches, it's hard to win. So I'm really going to be watching the offensive line.
Yeah, I love it.
It's early, it's just spring, but it's going to give us a idea of maybe what that offensive line will look like come fall.
Yeah, I love it. Well, thank you very much.
That's really what I'm going to be being. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for calling in, Brent. I really appreciate it. I'll answer you on the other line. I'm trying to get as many callers as I can, but thanks for the dialogue this morning. And please call again. Yeah, thanks, Brent. All right. Brent calling in
see you, bud.
From Guntersville. All right, we got a 973 and a 256. I'm with Brent. I think Brent brings up a really good point. I think so many times we talk about the quarterbacks or this and that. Look, nobody's doing anything if you don't have an offensive line and you can't win in the trenches, right? And I think from my understanding before Jaden Roberts got hurt, by the way, he's going to be fine. Coach Kalen DeBoer was able to confirm that. Let's kind of transition into football right now. We got Tai Hayes joining me at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. I'll continue to take your calls throughout. You have Pritchett on the left at tackle. Then you have Tyler Booker at guard. Then you have James Brockemeyer. Then you have Jaden Roberts. And then you have Welcome Formby, right? The product right here from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Those guys are going to be under the microscope because last year's offensive line just wasn't it. If those guys have a really good season, how can Alabama's offense not be productive? I think when you look to Alabama's weapons, they have a ton of arsenal. And Tai Simpson did show out. Look, do we have a quarterback battle here? No, I don't think so. I think Jalen Milroe is clearly the guy that is going to be the starter. But there is nothing wrong with having a quality number 2 at the quarterback position or any other position. Have you ever been in the position where you don't have a good number 2? Or an elite number 2, you're in some deep doo-doo, right? 1,000,000%. So I think when you highlight Tai Simpson, there's nothing wrong with highlighting him, and there's no narrative to drive out Jalen Milroe, right? Jalen Milroe had a touchdown to C.J. Dupree. He also had a rushing touchdown, which you saw on the scrimmage highlights. Tai Simpson threw 2 very good touchdowns, one to Kobe Prentice and one to Emmanuel Henderson. I'm not surprised to hear Kobe Prentice still doing his thing. It's great to hear the good things about Emmanuel Henderson. Dylan Lonergan had a touchdown pass to Caleb Odom. Caleb Odom is that guy. Kalen DeBoer said that it was probably one of the most impressive plays that he saw at the entire scrimmage. What's up, Javon? Man, I see you inside the comment box. Good morning to you, man. Chris, what's up? I see you inside the comment box as well. Adam as well. We go right back to the phone lines with Chris from New Jersey. Chris, what's going on, man? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here, man. Come with it.
Hello, friends.
Good to see you, man. Good to hear from you on this fine Monday, man. The Eclipse is coming up.
Little Masters reference?
Man, you know what? I was just reading this morning about the Masters and kind of the odds. And, as you know, I love golf. The Masters is coming up. The par 3 challenge will start on Thursday and kind of go into the Masters. I don't know. I'm probably going to throw a little bit down on DraftKings. I love the DraftKings, but setting up kind of a field with the Masters is kind of, who knows. So, don't get me started on golf. Anyways, because there's a tournament coming up on Saturday. There's a tournament on Saturday, but I can't play in that tournament because I have A-Day, which is fine. Chris, Alabama basketball makes the Final Four. People talking about Nate Oats leaving. Tai Simpson shows out. You have A-Day coming up. There's a lot to talk about. Go ahead, man. Take it away.
So I watched the game. And I was bummed. But listen, Kyle, that is a stacked up team. I mean, I was impressed that they kept it as close as they did. I can't see Purdue beating them. But you know what? It adds a little insult to injury for me, Kyle. Is that Cam Spencer? He was on Rutgers last year. I went to Rutgers, so and here I am. My new basketball team, Bama. A guy from my school is sticking it to us. I was like, oh my god! But listen, getting there. I'm just saying. I think in the end, you're going to see that they probably lost to the national champion, so that makes the season even look a little better. So look, Nate Oats isn't going anywhere. Stop this silly talk. He's staying at Bama. He's got too many Bama-colored sport coats. He's staying, Kyle. So let's go on to A-Day, baby.
Yeah. What are you looking for? I'll just ask you, put you on the spot. What are you looking to see from the quarterbacks at A-Day?
Well, I was going to say I'm looking at 3 things: Jalen Milroe, and then the third thing, Jalen Milroe. So listen, I want to see how he's grasping the. I want to see how he's grasping the offense. He's taking the coaching. If he is, smooking at him or going at it.
Yeah, I see it.
If he's grasping this offense, Alabama's going to win a Natty and he's going to win the Heisman. That's just facts. Now, if he's not, then there is a debate. But as of right now, we have to see how he plays in A-Day. If he goes off in A-Day. You watch out. What they have us 8 in the polls or some silliness. We'll be like 2. And of course, I'd like to see the wide receivers and the DBs, and I want to see everybody, the middle linebackers. But Jalen Milroe. That's my answer. So I'm so excited you guys are going. I can't wait to see you guys out in the parking lot on the stools. That's going to be awesome. listen, it's just going to be a wonderful week, Kyle. And I just want to let everybody know, on the Undefeated and you, that I have a bet with Smook for some ribs that Caden Proctor is day one starter left tackle. So tell Smook I'm going to want a big rack of ribs on him because he's going to start at left tackle. It's just the same silliness about Milroe not starting. It's Caden Proctor is 100% starting. So Smook, I want my ribs, man.
All right. I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks, Chris. See you, buddy.
Kyle, have a great week. I'll chime back in towards the end of the week. Don't forget, hello, friends, and roll Tide, my friend.
All right, roll Tide, team, man. All right. Ooh, we got a couple super chats and to go through. And also welcome John Martinez, everybody, to don't we have a better don't
I like the idea of
No, we have, but it doesn't sound good. John, everyone welcome John, please. Do we have a welcome emoji for John?
Yeah, let's get one up.
All right. And how about Bama Football chiming in? I like this. Just Bama Football fan. That's like our YouTube channel. Bama Football on YouTube. And with a $50 spot, I love it. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here right here.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Yeah, I like it. It's easy. Bama Football fan, Bama Football on YouTube. John, thanks for being here. I appreciate you, man. And who else do we have? Oh, Coach Smook. Coach Smook in here. He gonna buy me some ribs. This will go to the ribs.
The ribs fund.
You know what? We need to go back to Dreamland.
Yes. I've been craving it.
Let's do Dreamland. Should we do Dream? But you have class today.
And actually, I don't know if I do. I was waiting for my teacher to.
Should we watch the Eclipse from Dreamland?
Please. I'll skip class for this.
All right. What's up? John Martinez, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And if you want to become a fan funder like John did, just hit the hyperlink above this video that says join. For only $2.99, you can support the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Also, special thanks to Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at their website for 20% off. Use the promo code LPR, Rogue Shop. The promo code is BAMA. You know what it is. Rub it on my back. Legal CBD and more. Demetrius Maynard is a fan. He's literally a viewer like you who is a sponsor of the show. So we appreciate you guys all helping us, do our thing right here on Bama Football on YouTube. 256-201-601 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And then I got 601 just dropped out. 256 up next right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Jay from Florence, man.
Jay, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here, man. I know there's basketball to talk about, there's football to talk about, but I want to talk to you real quick. I want to ask you a question before you get a punch in. What are you looking forward to from seeing the quarterbacks during A-Day? The progress from Milroe, Ty Simpson. What are you looking forward to? Welcome on in, Jay, calling in from Florence. Go with it, man.
Oh yeah, I'm about like everybody else. I want to see how he developing passing with the second and third reads and stuff like that, because that's real big in this offense. So I want to see if he got that down. But other than that, I mean, I feel like the board know what he got, because he keeps slick throwing little hints out about his running ability. You know what I'm saying? Like in every other interview, he say some slick like, yeah, man, the man's pretty fast. So it's like, yeah, he know, you know what I'm saying? If I can get him to understand, get from 1 to 2 to 3 quickly, I got me a monster. So that's just how I see it, But I don't know. Roll Tide right there.
Well, and okay, so now thanks for answering my question. So welcome on the show. It's your show. Adam, we love you, bro. It's all good, man. And if you have like a difference of opinion about anything that we talk about, that's fine. That's okay. Like we would never push any sort of like narrative and like get mad at you for having a different point of view. That's okay. That's what makes this fun, right? So it's all good. And Chris Waltman, what's up, man? I see you coming in from Panama City. We appreciate you being here, man. Back to you, Jay. What's on your mind kind of as you open up this fun Eclipse Monday?
I feel like they beat us in the first half, man. Them freaking zebras, man. We couldn't get by them boys there. I mean, we was about to win that game in the first half. We was getting busy from the 3-point line. The team was confident. UConn was shook because they couldn't scare us. and then the refs got involved, and that's just how I feel about that game. Roll Tide. Thank you guys for the Final Four run, but I feel like we finna have a crazy offense this year with the Bama football. Now I'm gonna go call it. We're gonna have 2,000-yard receivers and 2,000-yard backs. Whoever y'all want, go ahead and name them. But I just feel like the boy finna go crazy with this talent he got. Roll Tide, Bama 2025 national title, baby. It's that simple. We winning it all. Roll Tide, gang.
Love it, man. Thanks for calling in, Jay. It's good to hear your voice, man. And appreciate you repping from Florence, man. All right, Jay just dipped out. 201 and 601 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hey, Jay Townsend donated 5 Fan Funder memberships right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You can do that by gifting, memberships to our community right here on Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to become a Fan Funder, honestly, we appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing so right here on Bama Football on YouTube. As we were talking about football in this past scrimmage that happened, Ty Simpson threw 2 touchdowns. Jalen Miller threw 1. Dylan Lonergan threw 1. Heard that for Austin Mack, the freshman quarterback, it was a little bit of a quiet day from him. I'm kind of with what Jay from Florence said. You know, I think when you look to the running backs, and I recently asked Nick Sheridan this, who's the offensive coordinator at Alabama, what have you seen from the running backs? And he was like, good. Really good. Like, honestly. And Coach,
exactly what he said.
Yeah, seriously, because, and Jay coming with it again with 5 more Fan Funders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Man, double up. He just gave 10. So you make sure, T, tell him how to get these memberships.
Yeah, so you can hit the link. It's pinned at the top of the chat, or it's on our homepage at the very top. You can just click that right there and become a member.
Yeah, and a good update on this, Jor. Jaden Roberts' mom just said that he twisted his ankle and not sure about A-Day yet. So there was people who said that he broke his ankle. No. Like afterwards, Coach Kalen DeBoer, and I'm sure you saw it on the press conference that we posted, he said that, doesn't look to be too serious and, he's trying to figure out what's going to happen. So if you don't see him on A-Day, not a big deal. It'll allow for another player to step up and get some opportunities at that guard position for Alabama. 201, you're up next. Let's do it. Hey, thanks for being patient. Welcome to the show. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Adam calling from Georgia. How you
Adam,
doing?
what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show. Look, Georgia, pretty soon you have the Masters coming up. I'm a huge golf fan, so that's taking place from Thursday to Sunday. So as much time as I get to watch from the Masters, that's what I'll probably have it on my phone. I'll probably be watching it everywhere. So let me ask you. So you were talking about the quarterback position. So what specifically are you looking forward to when we watch A-Day, a glorified scrimmage? But what do you want to see from the quarterbacks this coming Saturday? On the line with Adam calling in from Georgia.
Thanks for that question. I want to see that they get the ball out quickly, that they hit the open receivers, that they have good footwork in the pocket, and that they can read a defense and go through their progressions. Now, I was going to make another comment, but I wasn't going to talk about Milrow, but what I'll say about him is this. He is a great person. I love the guy. I don't think he should be the starter. I think Ty Simpson should be the starter. And I'm sorry that people don't like that, but I was not impressed with Milrow last year on the field. I think he's a wonderful person, and I really want him to succeed. But I think Ty is a better quarterback. The other thing I was going to ask you from the scrimmage was whether you have any information on the freshman DBs, that if they're making an impact and if they're progressing and if you think they're going to start this year.
Yeah, on the line with Adam calling in from Georgia. So regarding the freshman in the secondary, I think that Red Morgan could, if Alabama was to play a game this Saturday, like a legit game, he would probably be starting in the secondary. I think Jay Mincy getting a lot of reps. The great thing about these freshmen and the second, you know what? I haven't really heard too much about Jalen Mbakwe now that I think about it. Don't read too much into that. That's just like me personally. I haven't heard about him. I did hear that new additions, Keon Sabb made a really big hit and he looks really good. And I really haven't heard, as of the last, let's say a week about, Damani Jackson. But I think Keon Sabb, the transfer coming in, doing his big things, and I think Red Morgan absolutely crushing it and is well ahead of progress at this point in time. And I think kind of getting back to what you were talking about with the quarterbacks, I love the fact that Ty Simpson has an opportunity this Saturday to come out and continue to showcase his ability. Because what I think it does, regardless of, what he does, whether he goes for 2 touchdowns, 2 whatever, I think that it shows that Alabama is deep within this quarterback room. Now, my take on the quarterback situation is I think that when the bullets start absolutely flying, that Jalen Milroe is capable to lead this team and win games, right? And I think sometimes people look at, and I'm not saying you, Adam, I look to sometimes people hyper focus on the stats. And if the stats just aren't there for him, then people feel he isn't getting it done. But I think that he can win big games for you, and he's done that before. You kind of look to last year's game, and the one game that I point to, maybe 2 games. I think the Texas A&M game showed me a lot from him. Because you really had to dig out that one. That was a really difficult game. And the other game was Georgia. But then I guess people could point back to like Michigan and Texas, right? Well, I'm not sure who is going to beat Michigan. And I think that the way that Alabama's offensive line played in that game, they kind of, it limited what he was able to do. I don't know. You could go round and round with it. But I think when the bullets start flying, Jalen Milroe is capable to win ultra big games. Now, with that said, Ty Simpson's making a lot of progress, and it's good to hear his name more and more. He did shine out in this particular scrimmage, and I think he's going to, look, when we're talking A-Day MVPs, I wouldn't be surprised if he is one of those guys that comes away with the A-Day MVP award. He showcased last year. Last year was Justice Haynes, who scored 3 touchdowns. Make a final point, Adam, before we move on to our next caller.
Yeah, I just want to say, to the people in the chat, it's okay to respectfully disagree, and I emphasize, Kyle, very respectfully, I disagree with you because I have, tremendous amount of respect for you.
Yeah.
I just think that Ty should be the guy because I want to avoid another Michigan. He was terrible against Michigan, and I think he will struggle against a very good team like an Ohio State or Georgia. I hope I'm wrong. He's a wonderful guy, and I appreciate you listening to me, and thank you for another great show.
I appreciate you, Adam. Thanks for calling, man. Talk to you next time. That was Adam calling in from Georgia. We got a 601. We'll take it right now. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Jake from Pensacola on the road.
Jay, what's up, man? Appreciate you calling from Pensacola, man. Do you have glasses with you when you need to pull over and watch this eclipse? Are you gonna drive? Do you have to pull over? Can you drive when the eclipse is happening? No, I'm serious.
This is a good question.
No. Actually, my wife, she looked up. Right now, I'm in Pennsylvania, so the eclipse is only happening in certain parts of Pennsylvania, like in Philly. But I'm actually going to miss the eclipse. The solar eclipse. So yeah, I'm actually going to miss it. It's only a certain part of Pennsylvania it's going to show. But yeah, I'm actually going to miss it, so I won't be able to see it.
Can someone look up though? No, let me ask the undefeated. Can somebody look up? Is it okay to drive during totality? No, I'm serious.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Because you gotta have special glasses to look at the.
It says it is as long as you don't look up at the sky, but I'm not really sure how to avoid that. It says the AAA is telling drivers to be focused on the road during the total solar eclipse. I guess other than the sky.
I hope I don't have to drive during totality.
And if you want to see it, obviously pull over and put on your glasses. So.
Man. Yeah. All right. So, Jay from Pensacola, man, what's up, man? You're in Pennsylvania. Give me your second. By the way, we got the Super Chat leaderboard updated on the screen with the glasses and the eclipse. Nice work, T. All right, go ahead, man. Jay, come with it, man.
Well, first of all, the solar eclipse is a symbol. And I think it's just a phenomenon, but it is a symbol. So, you can go deeper into that. I ain't gonna go deeper into it because it's got to do with, God or whatever. But that's all I'm saying there. But I'm ready for A-Day. I'm just ready for A-Day. I hope I get a chance to see you guys. I'm trying to get there early this time. Last time I got there too late. Didn't get a chance to see you guys, but this time I'm trying to get there early. Just excited to see their progress. 3 things I'm ready to see. I'm very confident in the DBs. I think our defensive team is amazing. Coaches, everything is amazing. I'm ready to see the O-line. Ready to see the center and the quarterbacks. I'm ready to see the protection from the O-line. And I'm ready to see I'm ready to get past this snapping issue that we had last year, which I don't think we're going to have this year. That was a nightmare, man. That was a nightmare. And the quarterbacks, I'm ready to see the job progression. The quick reads, the running motion. I'm ready to see how that, like, if it's not there, you're going to take off and run. Like, don't just stay in the pocket and get sacked. Like, I'm ready to see that progression of them to see how they're coming along. You know, with Kalen the boy being the type of offensive guy he is, and how he had so much. I think Jake pointed out how he keeps talking about how fast Jalen Murrow is, and I feel like he's teaching him to do that. I don't know what Tom Rees did, because like I said, what kind of quarterback he was, but I feel like Kalen the boy is telling Jalen, if it's not there, you know what I'm saying, run. It's my opinion.
What do you? I'm trying to roll through a bunch of callers, so let me ask you on a final note. And High Power TV has been a member for 5 months. We appreciate you, High Power TV. Thanks for all the support, man. AJ, so when you're looking at the running backs, last year the MVP was Justice Haynes. You have Jam Miller, you have Richard Young. How excited are you about this running back room? Because I think in totality, I'm going to use that word a bunch today. In totality, this is the best running back room probably in the country.
I agree. Two Pete for just a hand, of course. You know I'm just a hand guy, so two people just a hand. That's all I'm saying. I feel like everybody's going to do an amazing job. I'm actually excited to see Daniel Hill, since he's from where I'm from. I'm excited to see what he's excited to see what he's going to do. I feel like he's going to be the next, like, to years to come. He's going to be the next guy to step up.
Yeah, love it, man.
I know Jam Miller he gonna show out, and Richard Young. I'm very excited to see Richard Young as well.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see much of him last year. I'm ready to see him. But Justin Haynes, part 2, second-year MVP, in my opinion.
All right, man. To be safe on the road, man, and you be safe during totality.
All right, man. You have a good day. Roll Tide.
All right, roll Tide to you. Kareem Hood, what's up, man? Just ordered my undefeated hat, man, t-shirt. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for becoming a member of the undefeated, man, and we can't wait to see you guys. Larry Large, are there any plans for 8-day meet and greet? Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to kind of scope out where would be a good place to, and look, this is bare bones. We're going to put up, I think, maybe like a little table that you get from that we have. You know, like when you're outside grilling with your friends, like a little Walmart table and 2 bar stools. And that might be as fancy as we get coming off a phone for the stream. So we're trying to figure all this out. We might be around, you know where that big elephant is? Tusca? Maybe like somewhere in that vicinity. But some of that is like roped off for like other type of events. So I don't know. We might be, can't be on the quad. We might be, one other place I was thinking is maybe like when you're coming into like the band practice field. That's kind of a way, but it still gives like that look of, you know, A-Day presence. It'd be easiest to get to A-Day. We could probably use Arby's. They got the meats. Surely they got the electricity, right? We could plug in, right? Arby's. Maybe we hit up Arby's and we're like, yo, we need an extension cord. Or they're gonna be like, well, we don't got extension cords.
I have that one.
No, I have plenty of extension cords. But I'm saying we need their power outlet. Right? And we could give out coupons for them. And the show could be sponsored by Arby's.
There we go.
Right?
I like this.
Be sure and welcome to the pregame show sponsored by Arby's. They got the meats. We got the scoop on Alabama football. Like and subscribe. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Right?
It. I like how Crimson Blood gave 22-22.
Oh, love that. Yeah.
Crimson Blood 22.
Hey, can you show that again? Yeah, Bama football and apocalypse news. Yeah, seriously, sponsored by Arby's.
Yeah.
Be sure before totality, go and get the roast beef, you know?
I mean, if it's the end is coming anyway.
Yeah, right. Who cares about your cholesterol? Who cares about your waistline? Go to Arby's, totality's here,
I'm just kidding. I love Arby's.
Can we go to Arby's?
I love Arby's.
Maybe we should go to Arby's.
Yeah. No, we're going to Dreamland.
I know, but Arby's sounds amazing.
We'll just do both. I mean, the end's coming anyway. Right?
Yeah, right. Kareem Hood with another $5 slammer.
Oh my God.
Keep the content coming. All you guys do such an amazing job. Appreciate it. Jor, I love Jor. Jor's like our break. Ding, ding, ding. He needs, you know what? He needs like his little news update thing.
Yes. And is it?
Right, like kind of like a zap, like ding, like kind of like ESPN has like ding ding ding
Yeah.
ding ding ding. So Jor has that. Reports that Oats was offered the job and he turned it down.
Ooh, I hope.
Damn. So he was offered the job? Sheesh. Jeff. Killing me softly with totality. Killing me soft. You know what that is? One time. Killing me softly with. Does anybody know what that is?
Yes, killing me softly.
Yes. Ooh la 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 is the way that we rock when we wearing.
Hey guys, where can we find Eclipse glasses? Where do they sell them?
Like last minute.
Yeah, last minute glasses.
Look up emergency Eclipse glasses. Burger King.
I don't. Oh.
We're going to Burger King. Whopper time.
Are they literally just like the 3D glasses?
You buy the Whopper and you put the plastic wrap over your eyes.
Stop. I'm casting Walmart. They probably.
Walmart.
I don't know why I was thinking Barnes and Noble had them last year.
You just do the tomatoes at Burger King. All right, 256. What's up? 256. What's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from? Hello, 256.
Hey, this is John Martinez.
John, what's up, man? Welcome to the Undefeated family. We appreciate you being here. Crowd is going crazy. We're talking about your totality. We're talking about everything under the sun. Welcome on in, John. Come with it, man.
Yeah. Y'all got me hungry for some Arby's and make me want to listen to the Fugees.
Right?
The Fugees.
Me too. Yeah, sounds good. So what's on your mind? What's on your mind, John? Welcome on in.
I would sing, but I'm not going to sing. I'm glad Oats is staying, for one. But, Jalen Milroe, he wins us a lot of games. I'm glad that he's going to get the ball and start the season. I hope he does. But I think, in my opinion, if he goes down or we get in some serious score trouble, that Simpson might get sent out on the field. Because Simpson is tall. He's got an arm, cannon for an arm. He's got all the intangibles, and if our defense can show up like it did last season, and it can stop, especially Georgia during the regular season, that I think we can probably pull out a win, and that Georgia game will be very important.
Yeah, I think when you look to Alabama's schedule going forward, I think sometimes you bypass, the first 3 games of the season. But, of course, you have a very difficult game on the road against Wisconsin. And then you prep for your home game. You have 2 weeks to prep for Georgia. So, look, from this particular scrimmage, I don't know, you're looking for development from all these coaches. You're kind of seeing some small wrinkles, if they show any, that the offense is showing. But I think overall, like when you get to the season, you actually start to play games. That's when we're starting to learn more about this team. So I don't really look to this particular game anything more than like a scrimmage and getting to actually see them in action. But we'll see how the quarterbacks fare. That's, of course, what I'm watching. And you're right, Byron. You better not better not bypass Wisconsin on the road. Very challenging environment for sure. Hey, John, I have Tai Hayes in the house, so I'm going to bring him on. So why don't you make one final point, and then I'll move to my then we'll bring on Tai. And if I didn't get your calls today, I'll get your calls tomorrow right here on Bama Football on YouTube. But, John, go ahead with the final thought.
Okay, Keon Saab, he's going to be a really good player for us, and so is I'm so glad that Malachi Moore came back, and I hope that we can stop everybody I'm not going to say that we can, but I think we can. And I really enjoy the show and Roll Tide. I'm from San Diego, but my dad is from New Mexico, and so we got a little connection there.
Wow, awesome, man. Yeah, that's amazing.
Roll Tide, and y'all take it easy, okay?
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, John calling in by way of, I guess, San Diego and New Mexico. Let's see. This is if I didn't get you today, I will get you tomorrow. So my apologies. I think we got Angel calling in at 256. So I'll get you guys tomorrow. Tried to fit in as many as I could. When you look to the super chat leaderboard before we bring on our boy Tai Hayes, you got Bama football fan with NJ Townsend with the $50 spot. You got Crimson Blood with 22. You got Auntie Janet with 20. You got Smookin with 10, and Evrom and Kareem Hood with 5. By the way, Kareem Hood just got loaded up with gear, so we appreciate it, man. Let's go ahead and welcome in Tai Hayes from Around the Table Sports, and we'll do that right now. Could you add him, T?
Yeah.
What's up, fam? Full screen. Ty, what's up, man?
What's going on? I heard some questionable food takes.
You know what? How are you feeling about Arby's? No go.
Oh man.
Not even a little roast beef, a little horseradish.
What about the Market Fresh sandwiches?
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, those are
Ty?
good.
If it's not the curly fries,
Oh, the curly fries.
The curly
cool
fries.
glass of water. I don't want it.
What about that Arby's sauce though?
Oh my god, I love it. Like love it. I don't want.
And you know what? Those little hash browns come out in like a little triangle.
Oh yeah,
What do they call them? Hush puppies?
browns?
No, not hush puppies. they're like loaded potato, like hash brown.
You know where the hush puppies were from was Long John Silver's.
Yes.
Who goes to Long John's?
I've actually never been.
Is there one here?
There used to be on. Yeah.
Now, Long John Silver's is a true crime against humanity.
Yeah, probably.
That's abhorrent. I'll pull out the thesaurus and just start finding adjectives. Just
I used to work with someone whose husband inspected fast food restaurants.
Oh, don't do this.
Well, I can tell you the top or the worst two.
Long John's, I have no doubt.
That is one of them. And then actually, I won't ruin the other one because I know a lot of people are going to love it.
I don't care. You know what? The next time I go,
what is it?
What's the other one?
Taco Bell.
Oh, I love Taco Bell. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Taco Bell. I'm like,
no.
I mean,
here's what I will say. I haven't had Arby's in a very long time, and so maybe it's just. Granted, the Arby's I had was in Gainesville, and that was just sad all around. Right? It was just a sad equation. So maybe Arby's. Maybe I just had like a bad bit of Arby's, but I do know their curly fries are elite.
I'm going back to Long John's when I see one, and I'm going back to Arby's. Look, it's totality. There's an Eclipse.
We're gonna hit them all up.
I'm gonna go all out. This is it, you know.
With soy sauce. I'm sorry, I just got totally thrown off. Wow.
You know what? Soy sauce. You can mix in soy sauce with a bunch of stuff. Soy sauce.
People have they like that like chocolate covered bacon. I'm not a fan of that.
I tried.
Yeah.
Tried that.
Like sick.
Remember, I got that was in Manhattan when we went out to the Rose Bowl. I was feeling a little frisky, and I had some chocolate covered bacon. Nah, wasn't for me.
I got a smoker in the back, so every other weekend you can catch me throwing ribs, brisket, pork butt on it. I'll smoke a salmon. I'll do. Since my wife is a teacher and I have the luxury, thanks to all of you, to work from home as a content creator, I do a lot of the cooking, and so I've really turned up to Chef Boyardee in this house. I'll lamb shank smoked, then braised in a red wine reduced sauce with onions, rice pilaf, vegetable met. Like I get down in the kitchen. Chicken cordon bleu, you name it, I do it.
What?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Kyle cooked up some really good steaks last night. Actually, he's pretty talented on the grill as well.
Yeah, but I'm a master of quick, really good meals.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do Bama football chef.
Yeah, we should do.
I'll go out there, do the cured salmon. You get some. I'm going to give everyone the recipe right now. Cured salmon, a bunch of salt, a bunch of brown sugar. You let it sit for 12 to 14 hours. You let it cure. You take it out. You put a maple glaze on top of it with just a little bit of chili flakes in there. You put it on the smoker on a cold smoke, and then you can do whatever with it. You can do lock sandwiches, you name it. It's good to go.
That sounds amazing. It kind of sounds like that one we get from
the bourbon
Publix,
salmon.
the bourbon glazed salmon.
Yeah.
It's so good. They have it at Publix, and we get that like once a week.
All right. So before we get to this football scrimmage, one more thing while we're on cooking. Did you know? I didn't know this, but we did boiled eggs in the air fryer. Yeah.
They
did you know this?
Perfectly.
Yeah. So we put in 4 eggs at, what was it?
300.
300
which
for
I
like
was low, but
for like 12 minutes.
Yeah, it was either 12 or 14.
Yeah, crazy. Anyways, that's our food segment for the day right here
perfect.
on Bama Football on YouTube. Ty?
Hey, I'm down with it. I listen, UFC 300 coming up, right? And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it to A-Day because my wife won Teacher of the Year.
No way! That's amazing.
Well, her celebration is Friday evening. And so I'm not going to be able to, I'm going to that, right? So that I can celebrate with her. And
awesome.
But then I'm going to be on the grill the rest of the time.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, we'll have you here on but you're available Saturday, right?
I mean, I'll be able to like watch the game and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. We'll visit on that. But congratulations to your wife. That's amazing, man. So what like let's talk about this scrimmage.
I've got questions.
Yeah, Jor came with it and said that this Nate Oats thing is off the table with Kentucky. So if you're out there and you're just joining the show and you're like, what's going on with Nate Oats? It looks like he's staying at Alabama. So who knows? News is always fluid, but here
Jor's pretty accurate with
Jor has like boards and TVs and
He's what I would refer to back when I was like in college. He's ESPN pledge.
Yeah,
because I was in a fraternity, so every year I'd assign one pledge as ESPN pledge, and he'd have to update me with all the scores, everything happening that day. I had a weather pledge. That way, I never was out in the rain. Oh, I had it all. I had it all figured out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good food stuff, like takes inside the comment box. So I think we need to do like some sort of a food, deal. Anyways, all right, Ty.
Daniel just got banned from that.
Who did?
Daniel with the salmon and peanut butter.
Listen,
no way.
Daniel, I'm going to come to you for some hair advice because that's glorious what you got rocking over there, right? Let's call real. But food?
No.
You've had some questionable food takes, my brother.
Ty, let's dive into the scrimmage, man. We talked about Alabama basketball. Now it's the scrimmage, and this was the second scrimmage, and there's some good stuff to take away from it. And, it's good to hear, updates from Coach Kalen DeBoer in regards to Jaden Roberts, not a severe injury. And also that Parker Brailsford, this is interesting. Parker Brailsford isn't going anywhere. He's staying with the team. He didn't really go into what he was like kind of going through or what it was, but he was also absent from the scrimmage on Saturday again. Now, with that said, 2 days prior to that, I showed up to the practice facility. I was just posted there under the sun, which was not in totality. And Parker Brailsford walked right past me. And then Smook rolled up and I showed it to Smook. He's like, yeah, it's Parker Brailsford. So we tweeted it out. So those are some kind of things where we stand regarding the offensive line. But then that day, they had James Brockemeyer come out to talk to the media. Right?
Weird, right?
That's competition. That's what I love.
Love it.
So, speaking of the offensive line, Kyle, I've curated. Boy, that's a rough start to the day. I apologize, everybody. 15 minutes in and I'm already messing up words. I've curated some questions for you, and the first one I have is actually on this offensive line. Now, it's awesome to hear that Jaden Roberts, I don't think that the outlook of that injury is going to be anything serious in terms of the season. He'll be back healthy from the sounds of it. But I'm not worried about our guard play, Kyle. Between Booker and Roberts, I think that might be a top 3 guard tandem in all of college football. Talk to me about the tackle position. What are we seeing there? How is the emergence of depth at the tackle position looking?
Well, I think from this particular scrimmage, you had Elijah Pritchett at left tackle, and then on the right tackle position, you had Welcome Formby. And I think there's some other tackles who are also surfacing as players that are vying for that right tackle position. I think that when you look to Alabama's offensive line, I don't really have a lot of question marks as of today, besides, the Parker Brailsford deal. Now, it was really good to hear from Coach Kalen DeBoer, and I'm glad that he addressed that regarding that he is staying at Alabama. So just like you said, the competition, I think there's a lot of competition within different positions, probably outside of Jaden Roberts and outside of Tyler Booker. But I think Elijah Pritchett, I think the tackle position is open, considering the fact that we all know that Caden Proctor is coming back to Alabama. And where will he fit in? And as we've been talking about, do you think he'll be an immediate starter when he comes back in? Is he going to have to work for that spot? So when you look to Elijah Pritchett, when you look to Caden Proctor, those are some names at that tackle position. And then you also have, McVay, you have Welcome Formby, who's really making a push at the right tackle position. So I feel good about it, but we felt good about Alabama's offensive line going into last year. I will say that what makes me more confident about this offensive line is I felt that I was a little bit hesitant when we were starting to talk about these tremendous size, these weights that these players has added. Like J.C. Latham added like 30 pounds. Caden Proctor looked overweight as well. And I think that made them slow against faster teams. I don't necessarily think that's the issue this year. I mean, when we saw Jaden Roberts just recently, he looks really good. Looks like he's actually lost weight. James Brockenmeyer said that he's up to 300 pounds. I don't even know if he's 300 pounds. Didn't look like it, but I mean, how many times can you look at someone and say 300 pounds? So, and I think Tyler Booker looks really good as well. I don't know where Caden Proctor stands, but I felt, and you can, ask the undefeated as well. I felt that he played, overweight, and that kind of, it made him slow, kind of facing some very talented edge rushers.
Yeah, and well, speaking of that, you walked me right into the second question, right? This is one of those Blake Griffin, Chris Paul moments where the oop was just thrown, and now it's about to get thrown down. I was told two names to watch in terms of guys that were just quote unblockable. Quay Russo, I heard that he was unblockable, but Keon Keeley, I had someone kind of telling me like, hey, that guy was a straight up menace, to where there was a series where he had a sack, a pressure, and a sack, or something along that lines, where he was just causing havoc. What are we looking at in terms of pass rushers, in terms of this defensive front?
Well, I mean, Quay Russo, I'm really glad that you brought him up. And we've been talking about him this springtime. And I think it was just, he waited. He was being patient for his spot. There's a lot of guys like Keanu Cole. There's, Q Rob. There's other guys that are going to work at that spot. But to hear Quay Russo have a really good scrimmage, I think was really promising. Don't forget about Yanzi Pierre, who recently, from Kane Womack said that he looks really good as well, and just kind of a physical specimen. So if you're patient within this system, you're going to get an opportunity to really showcase your abilities. And I think that's kind of the case with Quay. I think that Keon Keeley, hearing good things about him is really great news. Probably some of the biggest news that come out at scrimmage, because I think people seeing that he was rotating from, an edge to, down lineman or whatever, they maybe put that in that Keon Keeley didn't want that, and that he was going to hit the transfer portal, right? If we look at receipts, a couple weeks ago, people would be like, Keon Keeley's going to hit the transfer portal. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think they looked at his body type. I'm serious. I stood right next to him at the Rose Bowl. He looked like he was going right to the NFL after that game. So I think he has a lot of athletic ability, and to hear him having a really good scrimmage, I think that probably made my ears perk up, probably more than anything in this scrimmage, to be honest, outside of the Caleb Odom touchdown catch, because Kalen DeBoer was asked straight up, like, what stood out when you look back to that scrimmage? And he quickly went to that Caleb Odom's touchdown pass. So to hear that Keon Keeley's having a really good showing in a scrimmage, the second scrimmage, which is always better than that first one, made my ears perk up. And I think when you look to some of those other guys who are starting to make waves, just because we didn't hear like a Yanzi Pierre doesn't mean that they're not performing at a high level, because I think you're going to see a lot of those guys come August, and there's still a lot of competition going forward. But don't forget about Keanu Cole too. He's having a really good spring.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And I've talked to you extensively about how that's a position group I'm really excited about. Even with the losses of Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell, I still think it's one of the most loaded rooms in all of college football. Can't wait to see that. Now, before we get to the conversation I know everybody wants us to have, of course, I have to, we got to give them hook, line, and sinker. We got to build up the anticipation. let's talk about this defensive back room, right? Because there were a lot of touchdowns thrown in this game. But at the same time, from what I understand is for the most part, the defensive back play, like they're there. They're there. It was just some great throws from what I've been told. And we saw that video of the Ty Simpson throw to Kobe Prentice that was an absolute dime. That was a dime. Then we heard the Caleb Odom going up, what was it, 10, 11 feet in the air to catch that ball? I mean, they said that was insane.
Yeah.
What do we need to know about this defensive back room? Keon Sabb is going to be a problem. Red Morgan really emerging. What about these cornerbacks, though? What do you think we need to look at there?
Well, it's been a little bit quiet on the Damani Jackson front, and I wouldn't, assess that with something that is negative. And I think you brought up the really big names that I was going to talk about. Keon Sabb having a really good impact in this last scrimmage, and then freshman Red Morgan. I mean, Smook has been talking about him for quite some time, and I think he's been probably one of the most steady freshmen. And it was interesting because he was a freshman that we didn't really highlight, or you didn't see a lot of notoriety kind of going into spring. A lot of people, and look, a lot of people were talking about Jalen Mbakwe or Zay Mincy or somebody else, whatever the case is. There's a lot. You could get overshadowed very easily if you're a freshman within this class. But to see Red Morgan performing at this high of a level is really promising. I think that I want to continue to, outside of the quarterbacks, I want to see how Damani Jackson looks going against these wide receivers. It's going to be a tall task for any of these wide receivers, but I want to see how Damani Jackson plays. I already kind of know that Keon Sabb is going to be that guy. I think he's probably going to have the biggest impact of anybody within the secondary group this coming season. Malachi Moore, steady. Devontae Smith, steady. Those guys, we're accustomed to them. I mean, Devontae Smith didn't get an opportunity last year because of an injury, but Malachi Moore is going to be that guy. So I want to see how other younger guys compete at that corner spot, whether it's a Zay Mincy, whether it is a Jalen Mbakwe, usually one of those underrated guys like a Peyton Woodyard. I could see him having like an interception or something like that. Speak it into existence. So there's a lot going on, but I think Red Morgan and Keon Sabb has certainly turned heads. So I'm glad you brought those up because Keon Sabb is that guy. And there's a lot of guys that you can't forget about. And I think they're going to showcase their abilities come A-Day.
Yeah, Coach Smook in the chat saying Peyton Woodward showed some good IQ. Yeah, I heard good things about him. I will say I was told that Damani Jackson had some plays where he's really showcasing the physicality.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, yeah, you are a physical, just an anomaly almost. We got to remember, guys, what is he, 6'1", 200?
Yeah.
He ran a 10.25 100-meter dash in California.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a different type of athlete, but some bad habits picked up at USC. That's not relegated to him. Watch that USC defense last year. If you can stomach it. And we'll see if you can stomach it, because I certainly couldn't. Moving on to the conversation that everybody wants us to have, Kyle. I've heard nothing but good things about the quarterback play in this game. Not only from Jalen Milroe, a lot of talk about Ty Simpson, that he really was on fire this game. Austin Mack doing his thing, Dylan Lonergan doing his thing. What do the people need to know about the quarterback situation at Alabama top to bottom?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great quarterback room with a lot of competition. And I think Ty was a quarterback that had the best day at that scrimmage. He had two really nice touchdown passes, one to Kobe Prentice, one to Emmanuel Henderson, as we've spoken about. Jalen Milroe had a touchdown to CJ Dupree and also had a rushing touchdown. When Coach Kalen DeBoer addresses the media and he talks about his quarterback room, he clearly says that Jalen Milroe is a starter. Now, with that said, this was, and you can ask Coach Smook as well, like this was a type of scrimmage where there's a lot of guys with a lot of reps. And one of the things that Coach Kalen DeBoer and Nick Sheridan want to happen is have their quarterbacks work with the first team so they get that type of speed and acclimated to this new style of offense. Didn't hear a lot about Austin Mack from this particular scrimmage, but in scrimmage one, he really shined. Dylan Lonergan, as you said, had that touchdown throw to Caleb Odom, where Caleb Odom went up into the air and made this incredible play. Ty Simpson, I'm not surprised to hear that he continues to do really well. And I'm not trying to make this out to be like this ultra quarterback battle. I think that if there is a quarterback battle or there is a time for another quarterback, that'll be up to Coach Kalen DeBoer during the season. But Jalen Milroe is your starter 1,000,000%. I think when the bullets start flying and a guy who can actually, win high profile games, Jalen Milroe has proven that he can do that. But the quarterback position, the backup is always better. We've seen it time and time again. This year is no different. Jalen Milroe, all eyes are on him. Every single throw that Jalen Milroe makes is going to be under the microscope. A lot of people are pulling for Ty Simpson. I don't think there's anything wrong with having 1, 2, 3 quality quarterbacks. It's a gauntlet of a season. It's the most important position in college football. Alabama is lucky to have Jalen Milroe. Alabama is lucky to have Ty Simpson, lucky to have Dylan Leonard again, and can't wait to see Austin Mack continue to develop. I think that quarterback room overall has been disserviced over the last couple of years because of Bill O'Brien and Tommy Rees. And it's time that we address that. And I think that has certainly contributed to these quarterbacks not being where they should at this point in time, being that they've been here for several seasons. And I think a lot has to do with the fact that they've had 2 offensive coordinators and a lack of quarterback coach to develop them properly.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And that's kind of been a take, Kyle, that I have famously had for months now, whenever even Jalen Milroe is struggling. And I was like, guys, Bama doesn't have a quarterback developer. I mean, I have been banging my fist on the table. You and I have talked about this since November. We talked about this on Bleacher Report, and I asked you, when was the last guy and that's where the whole was it AJ Milwee and Sark. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle and I were having this conversation before the season ended on Bleacher Report in November. Now, to get to this donation right here, Adam Lamparello, thank you very much for the $10. He says, Ty, I think Ty Simpson should start. Why would you start Milroe over him? So I have a few points to this. 1, Milroe has the experience, right? 2, now Milroe has a quarterback coach that he can really come up to speed. 3, I think Milroe is as athletic as Ty is, and people don't give Ty the credit he's due in terms of the quality of athlete he is. He's a dual threat quarterback. Right? He's not a pocket passer, though he can do that, no doubt about it. He's a dual threat guy. He can take off on you. He can create with his legs, but nobody on this roster can do that at the level that Jalen Milroe can, right? Nobody on this roster can do it at the level Jalen Milroe can. And 3, I think when you look at this offense, they're going to want to stretch the field. Jalen Milroe has got an absolute cannon. Jalen Milroe, though I don't know what Austin Mack's arm looks like in terms of being able to stretch it, I think Jalen Milroe's got the biggest arm on the team. I mean, that guy can just flick the wrist and that ball launches. He is going to be able to utilize all of those abilities to make this offense really hard to stop. And that's not to say anything negative about Ty Simpson. But in fairness, if we're talking Ty Simpson, he has things he needs to develop on too, much like Jalen Milroe, much like Austin Mack, much like every college quarterback out there. So as long as everybody's developing, I'm happy. By the sounds of it, everybody's developing. Yeah. I just think Milroe has the experience. He has a rare ability, and he has got an absolute cannon attached to his body. He can hit every blade of grass on the field.
Here with Tai Hayes from Around the Table Sports. Definitely follow him on his YouTube channel. We appreciate you being here. Ty, does Ty Simpson start at a lot of other programs across the world of college football?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, listen. When I praise one quarterback, it is not to take away from another quarterback, right? Like Kyle, you hit the nail on the head. You said a point just a second ago that I really think needs to be unpacked, and it really needs to be talked about. We are blessed to have not only Milroe, who'd start at 99% of colleges, Ty Simpson, who would start at 98% of colleges, Austin Mack, who would find his way on the field at a lot of colleges, and Dylan Lonergan, who would find his way onto the field at a lot of colleges. Ladies and gentlemen, depth is a great thing to have, and Alabama is blessed to have multiple quarterbacks that could go and start and win games. That's a great thing to have. Listen, all the quarterbacks are developing, and that's exactly what you want to hear. This is a great thing to hear.
Before we wrap it up here, Ty, I have to ask you. I'm going to ask the undefeated as well. Who is your offensive MVP prediction for this Saturday? Offensive MVP. Tomorrow we'll do defensive MVP. Who you got?
Ooh, that's a great one. I think I'm going to go Haynes, right? I think I'm going to go Haynes. I think the running game is going to be big. But Justice Haynes, I think, is going to be in for a big day. I'm between Bernard, and Odom, because I think Odom might just flat out shock people, but I'm going to stick with Justice Haynes.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I said this a couple days ago. I'm going to go with Justice Haynes as well. I think when you look to Washington's, offense from last season, you just look to pass heavy and just kind of air it out. But when you look to Kalen DeBoer and you look to what he's been able to do with running backs, they play such a huge role. And as I alluded to earlier, like this running back room is absolutely stacked. Justice Haynes is that guy. Just wait. But don't sleep on Jam Miller might be a really good option as well. So if you're out there picking your your MVP, Jam Miller might not be a bad choice. So
I'm not mad at it in the slightest. No,
right?
Jam is severely underrated.
He's so underrated.
Yeah. Who said that? I want to give credit where it is due. Dwight, listen, that is a great take. Jam Miller, very underrated. I also think Richard Young is really underrated. I've always said he's one of those guys that you give an inch, he'll take a mile.
Yeah.
Jam Miller's much the same way. Once again, same argument I just gave for the quarterback room, right? Like we are blessed to be sitting here and being like, oh, well, what about this other former 5-star? What about this former top 75 player in the nation? Other colleges don't have that luxury, and I'm very excited to see it all play out.
I appreciate it, man. Well, follow Ty. This is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Live every morning, 9 a.m. We talk Alabama football coverage. If you want to become a fan funder, hit the link that says $2.99 to support the product. We appreciate everybody who has super chatted. We appreciate the sponsors. Ty, do your thing, and Ty will be on from 10 to 10:30, and then you got Coach Smoot coming with it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you so much. Ty, do your thing, man.
Appreciate it as always, Kyle. Guys, you guys don't understand how much I enjoy, especially I've always enjoyed coming over here, doing these segments. I really enjoy this new format, getting to talk with Kyle for 30 minutes. I mean, it is so much fun for me to get here, to pick his brain, to see what he's thinking, because he's a fantastic content creator, right? The big three, Kyle, T, and everybody in the Undefeated. That's what makes this go. And for me to be able to be a part of it, it is truly humbling. It's awesome. Shout out to everybody in the chat today. We have 308 people in the chat. We need 300 likes in the chat. That's the way this goes. And we got a lot to talk about. We have got a ton to talk about. We need to talk recruiting. We need to talk the scrimmage. We need to talk news. And I'm going to start on recruiting, right? Because this morning, as I was sitting here putting together some content, talking about recruiting on the national stage, I noticed something. Something that I've been saying to watch out for. In fact, for those of you watching on a computer, go ahead and open up another tab. Go ahead. Oh, wait. Go to 247sports.com. Go over there. Go on the recruiting side. Click on Alabama's class and change it from top 247 to the 24/7 Sports Composite. You'll notice a change that was not there 1 week ago. You will notice a change that was not there 1 week ago. Ricky, hope everything goes well with your wife. She will absolutely be in our thoughts and prayers, as will your whole family. As will your whole family. We'll make sure everybody in the Undefeated, make sure to keep Ricky and his family in your prayers. Hope everything goes well there, Ricky. Please, by all means, keep us updated. Everybody in the Undefeated is here for you, right? Everybody in the Undefeated is absolutely here for you. Any way we can be of any sort of help, even if that's just taking your mind off things for a few hours. You have something you want talked about, Ricky, you put it down there. I talk about it. That goes for everybody in the Undefeated. You guys give us an unbelievable opportunity. I want to make sure that your thoughts, your questions are covered, right? That's something that I'm very, very serious about. But for those of you that have opened up that other tab, that have gone to 24/7 Sports, that have clicked on Alabama's class and have switched it from top 247 to composite, you'll notice the new thing. Duke Johnson is now a 5-star. So for everybody asking, when is Alabama going to get the 5-star? I have been banging my fist on the table since Duke Johnson committed. I have brought up the stats since 2010. saying how many 5-stars have been in every class, not to fear. Duke Johnson will be a 5-star. Well, he's a 5-star. This was something that was going to come down. I was not worried about this. Duke Johnson is an unbelievably talented prospect. He is now a 5-star per the 24/7 Sports composite. So for those of you worried about when will Bama get their 5-star, when will Coach Kalen DeBoer get his 5-star in this class, well, he got it. It's Duke Johnson. This staff has been doing great work on the recruiting trail. I say this all the time. Outside of running back coach, outside of Roach, or any guy that they were after, whether that was offensive line, defensive line, running back, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Outside of Roach and Gillespie, you did not have continuity at Alabama. And Alabama is after a certain type of player. And those type of players are being recruited by an Ohio State who has continuity at a lot of different positions. They're being recruited by a Georgia who has continuity at a lot of positions. They're being recruited by a Texas that has continuity at a lot of positions. Not all the way, right? Ohio State lost a running back coach. Texas lost a defensive line coach, but they had a lot more continuity than Alabama had. Relationships matter in college football recruiting, ladies and gentlemen. And this new staff is cultivating, fostering, and maintaining relationships as well as any staff in the nation. As well as any staff in the nation. They're just new. They are just new. That mixed with the fact that it's only April. I have been surprised that people are surprised with how Alabama is recruiting. And what I mean when I say that is I am surprised when people out there are like, oh, I'm worried about where Alabama is in recruiting. It's April. And Alabama is a top 10 team in the nation in recruiting. Very true, Kareem. Very, very true. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Luke Metz, right? One of those guys that he's going to be a 4-star. There's no way. There's no way. He's way too good. But as we currently sit here and talk, for as many people are worried about recruiting, I would remind you all this. Had Ryan Williams not reclassified, he'd have been the number 1 player in this class. Why do I feel so comfortable saying that? Because he reclassified and was a top 10 player in the nation. That's not normal, ladies and gentlemen. That's not normal. LT Overton was the number 1 player in his class, reclassified and was number 17 or 18 in the nation. Des Ricks was rated higher than the cornerback, I apologize, that Georgia got that was the number 1 defensive back in the nation. He reclassified. He was like 21st in the nation. Ryan Williams reclassified and was a top 10 player in the nation. That's not normal. He'd have been the number 1 player in this class. It's the truth. Alabama's recruiting just fine right now. They are recruiting just fine. We are in April. This staff has not been there for 5 months. They haven't been there for 6 months. And they are already placing themselves in really good positions. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen. Just because someone commits somewhere else doesn't mean much right now. Doesn't mean much right now. Alabama's formulating fantastic relationships. They are having big name prospects come and visit every time we turn around. And people are interested. They have been able to capitalize on the hype. Hype can be a very, very powerful tool if utilized correctly. This staff is utilizing it correctly. So, if you are someone who is worried about recruiting, worry in August. If Alabama is outside the top 15 in August, if they're outside the top, okay, now we can start having some conversations. But for Alabama to be a top 10 recruiting class in the nation in April, I'm surprised at how many people are worried about recruiting. That is something that has genuinely taken me by surprise. I understand Nick Saban's not here, but I also remember Nick Saban being 65th in the nation in May, going into June. And they finished with the number 1 class. Had Texas A&M not did what they did the next year, Alabama would have had the highest ranked class in 24/7 sports history. After having started 65th in the nation in May, going into June. It's way too early to worry about recruiting, ladies and gentlemen. Way too early. Way too early. Jeez. I think Auburn's trying to hold me down right now. I don't know. It seems everybody thinks winning the recruiting class is something of winning a trophy. I get it. I agree. I kind of look at it the same way, Ricky, but I also think that we need to understand what recruiting is. Are you recruiting a collection of talent? This is something I always said about Texas recruiting, okay? And this is something that Sark has really done a good job at trying to change. But this applies for everybody. And right now, this is looking like what Kalen DeBoer's theory is. And that's why I'm so excited. That's why I'm not worried. Recruiting is like a meal, right? It's like building a house. It's like a meal. You could go to McDonald's and get you a Big Mac with fries. And is that a meal? Yes. Yes, that's a meal. But is that a really substantive meal? Like, is that really what you should be eating? Texas used to recruit just a collection of talent. They would always have top recruiting classes, but it would just be not cohesive. Whereas now you look at how Sark recruits, he's like, okay, I need offensive linemen. Let's get a bunch of offensive linemen. I need defense. They're recruiting to need. Alabama's recruiting to need. And understand this, ladies and gentlemen. How can Kalen DeBoer understand the true needs of the team when he hasn't been there 6 months? You just wait. You just wait. As he continues to understand the needs of this team, as he continues to build relationships, this recruiting machine that is Alabama will get going again. But recruiting is not just about a collection of stars. That's just a nice little pat on the back. Recruiting is not about a collection of stars. Recruiting is about getting a cohesive unit that you can look at that unit that you just brought in relative to the football team you currently have and say, yes, we hit on our needs. Yes, we got better. That's what recruiting should be. And right now, Kalen DeBoer are hitting on needs. And it's just beginning. Fear not about recruiting, ladies and gentlemen. Fear not about recruiting. Let's hit some comments. Talent, 100%, Kareem. It's 100%. Love that statement. You know me, Juwan. I'm gonna quell the fears, right? We're struggling over here. All right, we're struggling. In another life, Adam. In another life. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this life at some point. Who knows? 100%, Steven. 100%. Alabama's doing just fine on the recruiting trail. Yeah, Demetrius, Georgia plays at Texas. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the same weekend as the Austin F1 race. So, like, Austin is going to be Sunday, October 20th. Yeah, that's the same weekend as the F1 race. So if you're planning on being in Austin, just know, one, you're in for an unbelievable sporting weekend. But two, get an Uber. You're going to need it. Don't drive. Y'all ever been in Austin traffic? Don't do it. It's miserable. It's miserable. Ruben says, Ty, totally off topic. Being from Texas, have you ever listened to a band called Rattlesnake Milk? If not, check them out. Maybe start the songs. I have not, and I certainly will check them out. Ty, I really believe that Coach DeBoer already knows his needs, which is why he's courting and recruiting the players that we picked up thus far. I mean, he has a rudimentary understanding of his needs, but you can't completely understand your needs until you go through a full spring practice, a full spring workout, right? Because you might have guys start really coming about. You might have started off spring saying, oh, I don't know if these guys in this room are going to develop. By the end of spring, you're like, okay, I'm less worried about this room, but a room I thought we would be good at, it's not panning out the way I thought. So you're certainly right, Jay. He has a rudimentary understanding of the needs of the team, but every day that goes by, that understanding becomes far greater. How much of a recruiting is there's no games and KD is new to Bama? I think that both of those hit very well, Poetic. I think that people are worried because he's new. They just don't know. They haven't seen him pull in a number one recruiting class, but just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't be done. I hope the rumors of Oats leaving are nothing. From my understanding, before I hopped on here, I was under the impression that Oats and Kentucky is kind of dwindling. Right. From my understanding, that's kind of dwindling. It's looking more and more like Oats is going to be at Alabama. Hopefully. But that's just my understanding of it. Y'all know that I'm not super versed in college basketball news. That's just the things that have been hitting my head or hitting my phone. Yeah, but boy, we are in rare form and not in a good way this morning. Jeez. Ty, what do you think about people being allowed to form their own opinions? I love it. I love discourse. I love debate. It's what I've done since I was in high school. I created our high school's debate team. We didn't have a coach until my second year, and even that coach was more of a coach for other things. So I taught myself CX debate, and we ended up making it to nationals. I love debate. I love people forming their own opinion. I love all that. It's all well and good. Coaches generally have systems, and the players that were at Bama were guys that fit Saban's system. Some will fit DeVore's system, and some will have to be developed to fit. Very true, Kareem. And this is something else I've said, that whenever we look at the guys Saban recruited, this new staff is very lucky to have inherited Nick Saban's team. Why? Well, there are so many obvious answers. There are so many obvious answers to that question. But one of the things that I would say is Nick Saban recruited a certain type of athlete that was able to be versatile as can be. Jeremiah Alexander, Jahad Campbell, for instance, right? I mean, the versatility there was unbelievable. So what you get when you have guys that Saban recruited and they were so versatile means that you can go from Saban's scheme to this scheme fairly seamlessly. That versatility is huge. And Steve, I don't think anybody's mad about an opinion, right? Like, everybody's allowed to have opinions. I don't think anybody's mad about people having a different opinion. I think it's like a deeper conversation than just like having a separate opinion. Back to Texas. Other than beat Alabama, what did they do? Lost to OU, needed miracles to beat K-State and start do our defense. Well, also that, Lance, but I talk to a Texas content creator all the time. Several of them, right? For those of you that know, I do SEC Connect every Wednesday night. We have Nino's Sport Corner over there. We have Fanatics Perspective over there. We have Unfair Sports, who's an Oklahoma fan, the Horns Down podcast, an OU fan, and then myself. And so I get to talk to Texas fans a lot. But one of my good friends, an unbelievable content creator, Texas Homer, used to live right down the street from me. That video that he put out highlighting the Texas-Bama matchup, he and I were on the phone for probably 3 to 4 hours talking about, what was going on, what to expect, all of that. Texas Homer and I talked for hours. And he was even telling me, he's like, hey, they want this win. They want this win bad, right? They are absolutely prepping, ready to go. Hats off to him. Hats off to him. Let's talk about the scrimmage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the scrimmage. Pineapples. Oh, man. Y'all are wild. Y'all know me. I'll debate a wall. So, you got a take, I'll debate it. I'll debate a post. That's not an issue for me. That's why I really want us to start that debate segment over here, because I am ready to go. I got gavels. I got the whole 9 yards. I'll debate a wall. I might win against a wall, Rick. You might be right, and that's the sad part. I try to be Demetrius. I try to be, no doubt about it, man. Listen, everybody's opinion is valid, right? Like, doesn't mean it's right. Right? Doesn't mean it's right. But I love discourse. I love discourse. I've gotten better, Caleb. I've gotten better. I've been known to continue debates well into the early hours, the wee hours of the morning. I can't help myself. But neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. Banana chips are better than potato chips. I've never had banana chips, Patrick Sims. But I do love potato chips. So I can't say anything about that. I like bananas. But I do like potato chips, especially the Lay's baked potato chips. Oh my gosh. No, Caleb, this is what this is about. Absolutely not, Caleb. No apologies. This is a show by the people, for the people. And I know that sounds cliche, but that's 100% true. This is by the people, for the people. We can talk all day long about football, but we need to talk about what y'all are interested in talking about. Right? That's what separates this show, right? Is that you get almost like the new age streamers, right? You get that. You get your content. Like it's everything mixed into one. And I think that is a separating factor. It's part of the reason why I think Kyle and I worked so well together. Smook and I worked so well together. Sean, Jance, we all work so well together because we all kind of view it the same, where it's like, okay, we want to do something different. We want to do something different than a normal college football show. Interaction needs to be at the forefront. And I'm going to peel back the curtain and tell you why. That's why ESPN's failing. It's because they've gotten so far away from what the fan cares about. And not just ESPN. ESPN for me is like a blanket statement for major corporations. That's why content creators like myself, like Kyle, like Smook, like Jance, like Sean, like the guys that I do the SEC Connect with, that's why they're winning. We're winning. And these major media sites are losing because we are connected with the fan. Why? Because we are fans. Because we love college football. And so you come, you watch us, and it's not like you're being talked at. You're being talked to. That's the difference, ladies and gentlemen, is over here. And Caleb, that's why there's zero apologies. Zero apologies. Over here, it's not meant to feel like you're getting talked at. It's meant to feel like you're getting talked to. Like you are a part of the conversation. So no apologies for chat being active. No apologies for that, man. That actually makes my job easier to know, to be 100% honest with you, Caleb. Because I can get in and out of segments like that. I'm not worried about that. You guys' interaction, that takes this to a whole new level. ESPN talks about the same team. Yeah, ESPN, I don't know, man. A lot of these big media companies, they just, I know they like sports, but I question, like, do you love college football? That's the reason Josh Pate is so successful. You can disagree with Josh Pate, but what you can't say is that the man doesn't love college football. And that means something because he's one of us. When you listen to Josh, when you listen to me, when you listen to Kyle, Smook, Sean, Jance, the guys over at SEC Connect independently, Homer, you're being talked to. You're not being talked at. And I think that's a very important distinction. I think that's a very important distinction to be had, whether you're talked to or whether you're talked at. I think that's a very, very important distinction to make. But let's talk about this scrimmage. Because there is a lot of stuff for us to unpack here. A lot of good news, a lot of exciting news, stuff that I know you guys are going to want to unpack. So, where do we begin? Do y'all want to start offense? Do you want to start defense? Demetrius says Josh goated. Hey, I've said this before, Demetrius, and Steven saying Josh puts in work. For as great of a content creator as he is, he might be a better person. And that's wild to think. Great guy. I can personally attest to what an unbelievable person Josh Pate is. Josh has given me time on phone calls, through text, giving me advice, letting me know, like, hey, no, keep going. You're doing good. Like, Josh is a great person. I will always defend Josh. Y'all hear that music. You know what time it is.
I see you, boy.
I just like the no talking, both the because people don't know when we're in the green, like that's something we would do in the green room, like when nobody's watching, like that. We just happen to not care and do it on live.
Right before we used to come on together on segments, y'all just gotta understand. It's like being in the locker room, man, in the tunnel, man. Get ready to come out, man.
See, I can't do that. All my drinks, like if I did that, the Topo Chico would go everywhere.
I didn't have the top on all the way. Luckily, it's just water this morning. Coffee's been had. Workout's been done.
See, I do that. The sparkling water would just erupt.
What's good, undefeated? What's good, everybody? Everybody pulling up, man. Everybody hanging out. Auntie Janet, Cynthia. I've been talking to y'all in the chat. What's good, everybody? Auntie Janet, Cynthia. Who else? Kareem. What's
you
good,
almost
y'all?
had me lose it earlier. Whenever I started on that word curated, and,
man,
and you were like,
chill.
You said, I forget what you said, but I had to put my head down for a second and stop laughing because I was like, oh no, he's on me. He's already on my head.
I've been chilling today, man. I woke up early, got a good workout in. I definitely want to jump in and break down the scrimmage with you because that was going to be majority of my segment. I feel like this is an opportunity for us to
100%.
dialogue and really break it down. I hate that Kyle didn't have me on because I wanted to come with a couple points to kind of think about. But man, jump on it, bro. I'm here. Let's do it, man.
Well, let's start with defense because I asked chat what we wanted to talk about, and the only thing I saw was some defense. So let's start there. Partial to coming out to DMX. Ooh, poetic.
Ooh,
that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to click on.
That'd be nice. Nice. That's a good one. But on the defensive side, Coach, after this scrimmage, we've talked a lot about the positives, and we will certainly get into that. Is there an area on defense, though, you're like, hey, that's an area that I'd like to see us hit in recruiting or maybe the transfer portal just to get more depth, not necessarily in terms of like the first guy or two aren't doing it, but it's like, hey, we could use the number 3 or we could use depth in that position.
Ty, the only position I see there being like a depth issue is the cornerback position. And it's not,
we knew that.
And I mean, I'm in the house, right? I'm there, right? I know you got some of the story of how I got there, but I'm there, right? And it was a sight to see with the execution and the back and forth on both sides. You know, one thing I was more excited about, I feel like the coaching staff is paying like a different attention to their positions now. Like there's a different level of intensity in evaluating guys and getting guys to respond to immediate adjustments. And Coach Kalen DeBoer highlighted it. You know, that's a lot of people. If you don't appreciate good quality competition, like everybody says it's good to create competition, but some people don't really want that, because in great competition, you're going to have a lot of back and forth. It's about who is the most consistent. And you talk about the defensive side, the secondary got beat up this past scrimmage. Like all quarterbacks looked good. It wasn't just Ty Simpson. It wasn't just Milroe. Dylan Lonergan handled the game when he was in there. Austin Mack handled this series. He ran with the 2s and the 3s. So it was good to see all quarterbacks becoming a lot more comfortable. And that doesn't mean that the offense just won the day, because there were plays where there were drops. Milroe had Kobe Prentice had a pass that he dropped, went through his hands from Milroe, a beautiful pass in stride, in a window, you know, on a dig route at that. Something that we know Kobe Prentice, Kendrick Law, and both of them, they accountability, push-ups, you know, after you drop a pass, like literally drops, bro. And Ty Simpson had one that was dropped by, I think it was not Cuevas. I think it was either Dupree. It might have been Cuevas. But he had one that was dropped. Like the quarterbacks are on fire right now. All 4 of them look like they are just becoming more and more comfortable. Seems like the more they get thrown at them, the more they get thrown on their plate. They're looking great. But at the same time, you're looking at this defensive line. It's crazy. So I mean, but you asked about the spot. I say cornerback, man. It's not a worry. It's just about, okay, if 1 or 2 go down because of a hamstring or cramps at the beginning of the year, like now you start to get it worried, because we're on our second guy, and that's it after that, you know. So that's what we're looking at for our depth.
And that is, for ladies and gentlemen out there, if you're just joining us, that's the best answer as an Alabama fan you could hope to hear. Why is that? Because we knew that, right? Like we knew that was going to be an area that they just didn't have as many numbers as you may like. Very talented, very young. So if there was ever a position for coach to come up on here, on this platform, and say, hey, the only area where you might need a bit more depth is defensive back, that's a beautiful thing. It's a lot better hearing that, coach, than if you would have said, oh, well, you know, this room right here, we thought would be something, and maybe we need a little bit more. We knew that the defensive back was the one area where it's like, you got talent. That's not the question. It's just, do you have the depth? Yeah. They do, but I love your point. If you get a few guys go down to injury, you got a lot of talented guys behind them. You don't have experience. You don't have that depth. Really excited to see what they continue to do there. I'm watching some defensive backs that I think that if they were to enter into the transfer portal would be very nice additions to this team, to say the least. Now, I talked about that, right? Because I don't want everyone to feel like, oh, they're just sunshine pumping, right? I got the hard question out the way to begin with. What group impressed you the most on the defensive side?
The outside linebackers, man. Well, no, not just outside. The linebacker core in general. There was more mishaps on the back end, which weren't crazy like bad mishaps. We got I hate to keep talking about the offense. The offense really won the day to me, but the defense played so solid, man. To see our defense as young as it is, especially on the boundary in the secondary, to see what's happening underneath them. And I would even go as far as to say like safety and linebacker play, the way that they play off of each other, the Husky Rover, the Wolf, the Bandit, like the inside, the Mike and the Sting, the way they play off each other, that communication in there, you could see it starting to develop. So there was one play, and this was with the first team, and Jam Miller, it was like a zone read to the right, not a zone read, it was a zone run to the right. And it gets stuck. Like the D line is really standing the O line up, like it's back and forth in the trenches. Quay Russo, it might have been Keanu Cole. One of the linebackers was in the backfield. Jam Miller sticks his foot in the ground and cuts back and it's like an 18, 22-yard game. And the play wasn't made because it was a lack of defensive awareness or anything. This was just a crazy play by Jam Miller. But on the very next play, Tim Smith gets in the backfield and blows it up like he could have the last time. And you see these adjustments going back and forth. So, but the linebacker room, man, Quay Russaw, Keanu Colt, those guys, man, they are something serious. They are something to be like dealt with on the front. And Justin Jefferson, you know, running with twos, got some reps with ones. I mean, and like I assumed and like I predicted, there was a lot of rotation. So you up front in that front 6 and 7, you really couldn't tell who the starters were. You really couldn't tell who was starters, who wasn't. Like, that's a huge problem, a good problem to have. Like, I look at our depth at linebackers, the talent across the board, outside, inside, like the edge, like specialists, guys that are, you know, they're not coming out there, but to get to the quarterback, it's going to be hard to stop them because they're only going to have to do that 15 times a game. They're not going to be doing all the extra stuff. They're going to be out there to get the quarterback.
Yeah. And I heard such good things about Russaw. I just heard that he was playing on an entirely different level on this scrimmage. But I also heard someone like Keon Keeley was really starting to get down what Roach had been teaching him and really starting to turn the corner there, which is great news to have. Now, speaking about the cornerbacks, Coach, I think Damani Jackson's going to lock up one spot, right? I just think that Linguist is going to get him right. He's super talented. And we saw even some highlights at USC. There was a highlight of him at USC. They threw a screen, and the lead blocker went to try and block Damani Jackson depleted the lead blocker, sent him into the ether, like the shadow realm, if you will. What are we looking at the other cornerback position, Coach? Who really caught your attention? Who do the people need to know about?
There's a nice rotation over there right now and good competition. And I think right now, because of his experience and having that year under his belt, Jaleel Hurley might be the lead guy, which is good news. Seeing that, you know, there were some things happening with Jaleel that I was seeing with his demeanor. And after the scrimmage last week, he had a lot of positive feedback from the scrimmage. And y'all remember talking about some players who they're not practice players. Once the lights come on, that's when you see them. You know, that was kind of, to me, that's what kind of kept Terrion Arnold from being the number one guy his freshman year. When he got forced into the role, you see what he was able to do, grow through all those growing pains. In the middle of the game, he never got bad. He never got worse than where he started. And I think with Jaleel Hurley, now that, you know, they're in the spring, they're you know, the scrimmages are happening. It ain't just walkthroughs and, you know, skeletons and, you know, going on air. Like, you have to be able to make plays, right? You're reacting to real time. He's starting to show his ability. But also right there, you had Xavier Brown, who actually started the game opposite of Damani Jackson, started the scrimmage opposite of Damani Jackson. And then you turn around after, you know, they were rotating. It was a nice rotation. Mbakwe's out there making plays. To see Mincy playing behind Damani Jackson and getting the reps over there. Brown was floating both sides. So it goes to tell you the type of range we have. But once again, you're worried about depth. It's no longer a skill question with this staff. It's about depth. How many bodies? And also, my guy, I know you didn't ask about him, but Elijah May, the PWO, the preferred walk-on guy that I've been telling y'all about from Pinson Valley. He has some nice reps out there too. I mean, some meaningful reps against the 2s and the 3s. Do not be surprised if we have a Levi Wallace, you know, type situation coming out of this spring where he may not be a starter, but he might be used in a dime set or two.
And that's something people need to realize, right? I think that's one of the other things, Coach, I'd like to unpack before we sit into the offensive side is, as you talked about the depth in the secondary, not the talent or the skill in the secondary. You want that depth for your dime looks. Right. You want that depth for your dime looks. Great to hear, though, that people are coming about. And I think this freshman class, I said it when it happened. This was Nick Saban's parting gift to the University of Alabama. 3 5-star defensive backs, a bunch of blue chip 4-stars, and some guys that were rated as 3 stars that had no business being 3 stars, all coming in, pushing. That's what we love to see. Coach, flipping it to the offensive side, you know we got to start in the trenches. Talk to me about the offensive line as a whole. What are you looking at there? Who's standing out to you? What is the tackle position looking like?
All right, so just as a whole, they're coming together, man. It's not like there's no dominance in the trenches right now. There's a good balance of wins and losses on both sides. The defensive line is just so deep with talent, and the way that Kane Womack is rotating, you don't necessarily get a solid look at what this O-line is able to do, because there's so many different skill sets are being thrown at them every 2 snaps, which is good because that's what kind of threw our offensive line off last year when we played against Michigan. All that rotation, that depth of rotation of quality guys coming at you every play, is like you don't get a break. So to see our first group go through their bumps and bruises, one thing I will say, they look better this week than they did the first 11-on-11 matchups I was seeing, because the D-line was just, it was almost like jailbreak to the QB. But the right tackle position, Wilkin Formby definitely came out, had another solid scrimmage. I think he's kind of solidifying himself as the starter there. Right guard, we heard about Jaden Roberts, leaving the scrimmage on crutches. Like I said and reported the day that me and Kyle, started, we released the report. I actually was able to speak to his camp, and it's not
good
a
with
serious
his camp.
Yeah, I'm real good.
Good.
And people don't say that too loud, Ty. People get mad when you tell the truth about Coach Smook and Bama football on YouTube.
You know me. I'll facts are the only thing that move me.
That's
right?
it.
Facts is the only thing that move me, not opinions. Facts is the only thing that move me. That's why sometimes people get mad at me for even my takes. And I'm like, no, I hear you, but I'm only moved by facts.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. And we can go through all the extra and post screenshots of our group texts and everything, but there's no point. When you get what I'm saying? And like I said, when I seen him walking off the field, he was nodding his head, everything was good, and what's crazy is I'm right there like, what's up, young man? And that's little bro right now. You get what I'm saying? So why not? Why would I push a false narrative? But right guard is going to be looking good. You actually had Casey Poe get some work right there. Once he went down.
Dog.
Yes, and like I said, Rock Montgomery is behind Booker on the other side, but Rock Montgomery is also snapping too. So I see some of the traditional things that we saw with Coach Saban. Usually your backup center under Coach Saban and any of his staffs was your left guard, right? We all know Tyler Booker has experience at center and playing every position. Rock Montgomery, who's played guard and center. Like, you got James Brockermeyer, who's the foregone, presumed starter right now, who's in the lead. And Parker Brailsford, who was going through his personal stuff, he's back, practicing with the team. Didn't scrimmage, but definitely was back practicing, back at practice, going through like what Coach Kellen DeBoer said is his own personal things. But we all know what it was, man. Sometimes you need to be shaken. You need to be shook to realize that you got to work for stuff. And Parker Brailsford is coming in with the right attitude. Yes, he had a moment, but that's it. We're all human. We deal with it. So I think he's ready to come back and compete. And it's going to make him a better player overall. Like I said, left guard, Tyler Booker, Rock Montgomery. I think I want to say that was Olis Alanine was like the third guy there. Maybe I can't remember. I didn't stay for the second half when they went a lot of heavy second and third team, and a lot of second team O-line does the third teams too. So, but left tackle, Elijah Pritchett struggled at points, but he had a few key plays. Naquil Bertrand had some plays. Miles McVay played some at right tackle and left tackle this past scrimmage. So it seems like they're trying to figure out who's going to be the best option. I will say this, Elijah Pritchett looks like he's healthy again. And it's small technique things that are hurting Pritchett, but he's also going against the likes of, Q Rob and Keanu Code. And right after them, he's got Quay Russaw coming at him. Then after that, you might, he might get Yanzi, which he's been electric. Like, just showcasing the moves, man. James Smith also, I know we talking about O-line, but James Smith was going crazy too this scrimmage. But yeah, the O-line looks like we're just trying to figure out the best 5, because we're a solid 7 or 8 guys where we could have skill and just, pick 5 and develop. But they're looking like they're coming closer to finding out who they're ready to kind of push into the fall season with as it starts.
It's interesting you talk about Bertrand, right? Like that's good to hear, that he's starting to come into his own. Now, I don't mean to ping pong back to defense, but it did have a light. Any talk of LT Overton? What are you seeing from him? How's he fitting into this defense right now?
LT Overton, 22. Didn't really get an opportunity to show like flashes, but it looks like he's kind of in that rotation. He's solidified. Like I said, it's going to be a thing of who pops off with their opportunities, because everybody's going to get opportunities. Kane Womack is very adamant about letting everybody know we're going to use our depth, especially in the trenches. You got 9 guys right now that can really go out there and start right now in the trenches. That's from your big ends to your tackles. You know, those guys can start. So, but LT Overton is definitely, you know, solidifying himself coming in. I mean, everybody's taking an adjustment curve. It's football at the end of the day, but terminology, communicating, learning how to run fit, you know, learning how to, you know, get back into being aggressive and attacking, not necessarily gap containment. Like that mindset, it takes a minute when that's what you've been. You get what I'm saying? You got to get out of that.
Unpack that. Because I don't think a lot of people are going to understand like the importance of what you just said there.
Right.
The difference between engage and read as opposed to engage and fight, right? Engage and attack. Talk to us about that, because I don't think a lot of people are going to realize how big of a statement that is you just made. That's why I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I do want to pause and unpack that, because you just said something that is really important, really big, that I think a lot of people will just hear and be like, oh, that's cool. Unpack that for us, please.
We all know that under Coach Saban, what made his defense so extravagant was the fact that he could put 4 guys on the front and they were skilled enough to contain 2 gaps, you know, and be effective and still get to the quarterback. As of recent, what the past, let's say 4 or 5 years, what offensive coordinators are understanding is the way you beat that is get out in space as fast as possible. Well, how do you combat that? You mix it up. You don't run 75, 80% of your defensive snaps playing gap contain. You send pressure. You get disruptive. And that's what this defensive front, which is an experienced front who was under that scheme for 2 years, some 3 years, some came from high school schemes that kind of mirrored what Coach Saban, and that's why they were good fits and good recruits as far as prospects to fit this defense, right? Now you got guys slimming down a little bit, and now they're getting told to rely on their athleticism. Get to your spots, attack these gaps. Don't wait. Don't hold up and wait on it. Attack these gaps. We need you to get it through to create disruption. That's because on the back end, we got a lot covering a lot of space. We got fewer guys covering a lot of space on the back end now. They're creating space, to creating openings for the quarterback to try to force them into these spaces that they want to contain, right? And in this style of defense, yes, Swarm D is not necessarily we're sending 7 or 8. Swarm D is, all right, the ball's in the air, go get it. You know, 6 hats on the ball. How do you do that? You sit back, you playing a safe 3, you might play a safe match on the back end. Your underneath guys are primary curl flats, you know, reads. Your Rover and Husky, they're multiple in what they're asked to do as Coach Kane Womack. And, you know, if you've been to coaching clinics or whatever, being multiple means like, hey, you might have a blitz call, but if you get a certain formation or a motion, you're coming out there and you got a zone or area to contain on the field. So, and the safeties are playing free safety like no other. Center field ball is beautiful right now from our secondary in the back end. So these guys are adjusting. The secondary, to me, is thriving more than the guys up front, because they're really trying to adjust to being able to just go and get the quarterback or go and see ball, get ball. Like, not second guessing like, okay, I got a guy leaking. No, back end is playing contained for a reason. It's playing safe for a reason, right? So I think this scheme is going to allow the defense to progress a lot faster, putting guys in position to be athletic and just fly around and make plays.
I know someone like Jaheim Otis, Tim Keenan, licking their chops thinking about this new style. Boy, are they going to get active.
Right.
Now, let's talk about some tight end play, right? Because this is often the forgot about aspect of offenses, but you talk to a lot of guys that play defensive football, and they're like, hey, tight end is one of the ultimate chess pieces in college football right now. I like what Alabama has at the tight end position. Coach, what do we need to be thinking about there for Alabama's tight ends?
Man, so right now, as you heard, Jalen Miro had a TD to CJ Dupree. Danny Lewis didn't have any big catches, right? But I wish y'all could see how good this young man moves on the field, like in game speed. Like he's a bigger Caleb Odom, right? You got Caleb Odom out split. Now you put a guy like Danny Lewis at the tight end. You motion him out to the slot. You have a problem. Like, are you going to put 4 guys over there in coverage to defend a fade post concept on the goal line, or are you going to take your chances one-on-one with those 2 guys? Because that's what's going to happen. CJ Dupree is going to be a guy that they put in the split to create mismatch opportunities. But CJ Dupree, Danny Lewis, we all know what we're getting with Robbie Oates, Mr. Consistent, Mr. Physicality. I think he's enjoying his role a lot more in this run game because he's doing a lot of cross training with the offensive line. And Robbie Oates is about 255, 260 right now, y'all. Like, he's a freaking bowling ball, and he moves on the field. And then Josh Cuevas is way more finesse than I gave him credit for. I will give him that. He's way more finesse. He had some solid catches from with the third team. I think Dylan Lonergan and Austin Mack both got a pass to him. The tight end room is quality. I really can't say that they were great or anything. CJ Dupree made to get that pass in the red zone. That was the only passing touchdowns. All the passing touchdowns was in the red zone. They were red zone scores. So when you talk about the receiving core, I see how the tight ends are going to be important early, or tight end like bodies are going to be important early. Caleb Odom, CJ Dupree, Danny Lewis, Josh Cuevas, Robbie Oates. I can't wait to see. I want to see Robbie Oates get some quick handoffs or some quick screen looks out of that H-back position. Because we got some physicality on the perimeter with our wide receivers and their blocking. I saw that this weekend too.
And you already know, if we're talking about tight ends, I got to go even further out. The wide receiving corps, because this is something I think is proving something that I've thought for a while. That Alabama has the talent at wide receiver. I know a lot of people are like, I just don't know if we have a guy. I'm like, I think we have a few. I think that we have Cole Adams, ladies and gentlemen, call him Slotty Pippen, right? I mean, that guy right there is going to be pushing. Sub 10.5 100-meter dash. Would have been a high force. I think he'd have been a top 100 player in the nation had he not gotten hurt.
Yep.
2 games into his senior year, his first game, and then he ended up calling it because he knew he was going to go big-time college football. Why risk more injury than you need? Talk to us about this wide receiving room, because I am really excited now that Shepard is here for these guys to work with him.
So I'm going to tell y'all like this. I don't know who's starting at the wide receiver position. I really don't. I look at the type of rotation we seen. Man, I saw Jeremy Bernard, Emmanuel Henderson, and Kendrick Law with one group. Then I saw Prentice and Law as the boundary receivers for a play. I saw Caleb Odom in with first group, like 2 plays, but then he was the primary guy that was second and third team. Kobe Prentice is a route technician. Emmanuel Henderson and Bubba Hampton were on the field at the same time. Like, I think there's I don't know what they're going to call this formation, but there was a 3 wide set with Danny Lewis as a tight end, and Jam Miller was in the backfield. The 3 wide receivers was Kobe Prentice, Kendrick Law, and Bubba. No, it was Emmanuel Henderson, Kobe Prentice, and Bubba Hampton were all on the field at the same time. And you're talking about speed. Emmanuel Henderson is so fast, y'all. I did not know this young man was that fast. I've seen his highlight film. I've seen him pull away from guys, but we haven't seen him healthy since he's been at Bama. That man is fast. Him, Hampton, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice. We are going to have some over-the-top type plays that are just going to eat defense. And y'all got to understand, our defense is not going to give up a lot with the type of talent we have on the back end. They're familiar with what's being thrown at them, what they're learning on the day-to-day basis. It's not like they're doing it to beat each other. Like, this is to get better. We're implementing scheme and competing at the same time. They're going to be opposing secondaries who are not going to know what to do when they get so many different personnel groupings thrown at them. Because at one point, you had Caleb Odom at the split, you had Jeremy Bernard at the slot, then you had doggone big body Jaron Hamilton, another big receiver who has range. And Jaron Hamilton, a lot of people forget about 23. Yep. He is still a dude, man. And Cole Adams, like you said, Cole Adams, Avery Hampton playing slot together. That is like so many different personnel groupings. When I say it's almost hard to believe that you would want to stay in a room like this, because every time somebody's on the field, you don't know who's going to get ball. There's never going to be a time where I believe you're going to be able to say, all right, they're going to Kendrick Law. all right, they're going to Jeremy Bernard. I don't think you're going to be able to do that this year. I really don't.
And it's great if you are a Kendrick Law that your ability is so versatile where it's just like, okay, we just need to get plays to get him the ball, right? And I also think not only is that good for a Kendrick Law, right? But you also look at what that means for everybody else. Having someone with that versatility allows everybody else to eat as well. Let's talk about the running backs, Coach, because this is an area, running backs and wide receivers and quarterbacks were 3 areas for this offense I have not been concerned about. I've been very excited about because I think Alabama is really deep at running back. Am I well placed in saying that?
I think not only are you good and Coach DeBoer and everybody, I think the college football is scared of what's happening in this running back room. When you have Richard Young, who was the number 3 back in his class, right? In his class, you had Justice Haynes in front of him, and you had Cedric Baxter was number 2, right? Richard Young was number 3. He's playing behind, quote unquote, behind Justice Haynes, Jan Miller, who Jan Miller was a top 5 back in his class, right? So, and then you got Daniel Hill behind us. Like, this is a running back room. I don't know if y'all remember when we had Kamara, Tenpenny, what was the other kid that went to Florida? D Hart. I think Derrick Henry was in that room. It was like 6 backs. And this is what it's starting to feel like. And you got Kevin Riley coming in the fall, who's also just a get out and go back and can run you over. Jan Miller is that dude. I think I came on. That was the first play I talked about when he stuck his foot in the ground. But Justice Haynes is just consistent, man. I mean, you don't get many negative plays with this running back room. Richard Young showed a little impatience early. You could tell that he was like really feeling himself from last week's scrimmage where he had a lot of huge plays. The run game was definitely was a little bit better contained this week than it was last week. But yeah, it was good to see this running back room. So yeah, I think this is the room that you don't have any worries about. Just like on the other side, you don't worry about what's happening with the D line. You don't worry about what's happening in the edge room. On the offensive side, it's the running back room for me. That's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, the running backs, they are going to be a whole problem. Daniel Hill on the goal line, from what I've heard, he is just a hammer that is looking to hit anything in his way. And finally, we get to the conversation I know everybody wants to have, the quarterbacks. Because it's great to hear that all the quarterbacks are doing well, Coach. What do we need to be excited about here?
I don't even want to. I can't be nice with this segment, Ty. I can't even be nice because I'm sick of this narrative that Ty Simpson just blew the day away. All the quarterbacks played great. I mean, great. Everybody, Miro can't read. Have you been to a practice? Have you watched any of the scrimmages? I mean, even the clip where he threw it to Kobe Prentice, the check down, that was a perfect example of what everybody has been complaining about.
You and I talked about that last time.
Was it a perfect pass? No, but he gave Kobe a chance. You got athletes. You got 4-star and 5-star receivers out there that just make plays. Give them a chance. You know one thing? Dylan Lonergan had the best pass of the day when he threw the jump ball to Caleb Odom. You know, does that make him the best quarterback in the room? No. All of these quarterbacks made plays. Ty Simpson, his passes both were in the red zone. It wasn't like he broke. There was a break in the secondary and he threw a perfect pass. No. These are scheduled plays. Good drives were produced off of these. There was no quick play drives. I mean, no quick score drives. Every drive was earned. You had, you know, we talk about the defense giving up, I think, a total of 6 points. I think they gave up 6 scores, right? But they also had 3 stops, right? And you talk about how many drives you did. You did 9 drives. You kind of want this balance because last week it wasn't the same. Honestly, the defense, even though they didn't contain the run game as well, to me and what was being reported, they won the game, the scrimmage last week. So you're getting this competitive balance, right? Where 2 plays might go to the offense, right? And in that same drive, the defense will show up and win the next play. But then the offense will finish the drive just like you would want. But if the defense starts strong on the drive, guess what? The defense is getting off the field. That's what you want to see because we struggled with that last year. So to the quarterback debate, man, break it down. Jalen Murrow has full command of this offense. There is no hesitation in his reads. The pre-snap motion on just about every snap is helping. All the small things that we said would have helped him develop last year, They're being implemented. And this is only like phase 2 of 5 phases of learning this offense. And he has command of the offense. He understands his protections. He understands where his check downs are. There was one play one time where he could have went to the check down, but Jalen Milroe steps up in the pocket and he fires the pass across the dig route to Kendrick Law. It goes, clear through Kendrick Law's hands. Clear through his hands. And it was a 3rd down. We needed the sticks. Right depth, everything is good. Just that small mishap with Kendrick Law not catching the ball. Now, some people look at that and be like, the pass was too hard. No, he gave the wide receiver a chance, something he didn't do last year, especially across the middle of the field. Jalen Milroe's eyes in the middle of the field is something that I've noticed this season. He always, maybe he's not as comfortable throwing those passes just yet. He's still building, but the middle of the field reads that he's progressing through. This offense is just what I entailed, y'all. Read 1 leads to read 2, lead 2 leads to lead 3. It's fluent. It's a layer-based offense. It would be hard for a kid like Jalen Milroe to not get success. To not understand it. It would be hard for him not to understand it. Now, Ty Simpson, yes, he made some plays, but it was nothing special. The offense had a solid day. The defensive players would tell you that. The secondary would tell you that. This passing game is elite no matter who's back there.
Love it. Love it. And I want to talk about this. Where did this comment go? Kareem saying great running back play plus great tight end play is a blueprint to great college football too. True.
That's why it's so easy for quarterbacks like Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson to come in and have success in the pass game. You got some tight ends and some running backs in this room that they understand their job. One thing that Kalen DeBoer said with both of these rooms, these are rooms that guys, they want to just play a piece. They don't want to be the guy. You got the running backs. Jam Miller wants to be this guy. He wants to be lightning. Justice wants to be thunder. Richard wants to be change of speed. Daniel Hill wants to be rammer, like the ramming, the battering ram. They understand that. They are embracing these roles. They're learning how to fill those voids in those spots. Tight end room, same thing. Danny Lewis is becoming the go-to receiving guy. CJ Dupree is your well-rounded guy. Robbie Oops is your blocking guy that can do things with the ball in his hand. He's going to run you over. He's your bowling ball. Josh Cuevas is like your secondary all-around guy. Like, is never going to be a starter or anything out of those groups. It's about what type of back do you need for this situation or for this skill. This scheme for this game.
And I can't wait to see all these offensive playmakers coming into it. Now, I was asked a question by Kyle, and as I'm here, the last question I'll ask you is the same question he asked me. Who do you think wins offensive MVP for A-Day?
I've been, after watching the spring game, I'm gonna tell you, it's probably gonna be one of these slot receivers. It's gonna be one of these slot receivers. Between the Jets quick screens, between the bang 8 concepts the stack concepts to the boundary that I'm seeing being developed into this offense. This is stuff that we saw Sarkisian do, we saw Kiffin do, but the way that it's designed and schemed up, man, it's so hard to defend it. It's so hard to defend it. But we have such uber athletes in the secondary. You don't see a lot of wide open stuff. They're playing match zone to react, and that's what you want to do. Instead of trying to decipher and carry through, crossing hashes and all of that stuff, let's communicate and pass this thing off. Let's communicate, and that's what the defense is doing. So we're not going to see an explosive. We might see 1 or 2 plays where guys just win their one-on-ones. That's what you want to see in scrimmages. But once the season starts, watch these concepts just make teams, opposing defenses look silly. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. And one thing I want to say is everybody that's doubting Milroe's mid-range ability to throw that mid ball from like the 12 to the 17, the 20, the 20 to the 10 to 20, y'all about to be so mad because that, to me, it pissed me off how many times he threw that pass. It pissed me off because there were opportunities for him to go deep, but he was focusing. He used the spring game to work on things that he knew he had a weakness in last year. Check downs, my mid-range game, getting guys in stride and windows. And for the person that keeps talking about Milroe almost threw picks, you want me to tell you how the 2 picks almost came? One was off of Kendrick Law's hands and one was off of Kobe Prentice's hands. If the DB wasn't, if the DB was in phase with both of those drops, they were actually beat. If the wide receiver catches it, the first one goes to the house. Kendrick Law scores off of that, coming across on that dig. Kobe Prentice may have made a move and got up the sideline, but Kendrick Law scores on that dig route. if he catches it. There was no DB within a step of him. They were in the space, but they were not there to make a play on the ball. It's a ricochet off the wide receiver's hands. Kendrick Law beat himself. I mean, y'all know how intense Kendrick Law is. He got right down in the middle of the play while they was going back to the huddle, did his 10 push-ups and jogged back to the huddle. So for everybody that's trying to make all these little small comparisons, these onesies and twosies, I had somebody say Ty only threw it against the twos. Y'all got to understand, our twos at Alabama would be ones at any other university in the SEC. So for Ty to go out there and perform like he did, I was so happy to see 2 starting quarterbacks go out there. That's what it felt like, watching 2 starting quarterbacks handle this offense.
Before I get out of here, my debate mind, I have to have one statement. Adam, I love you, but you've almost hit a fallacy in your analysis here, and I'm going to explain to you why. Because earlier you were talking about, I got you, Smook, I got you. You've hit a fallacy, Adam. Earlier you were talking about how you thought that Smook's infatuation with Jalen Milroe as a person is lending into his analysis as to how he's developed as a quarterback. But is it not then a fallacy to say, hey, there's something you're infatuated with that you won't let go and it's bleeding into your analysis? Your infatuation is what happened in the past, as if to say people can't develop. So you're saying Smook's infatuation with the quality of his person is bleeding into the analysis. I would argue that your infatuation with the past, when he had no quarterback coach and a terrible offensive line, mind you, number 129 in the nation in sacks allowed, is now bleeding into your analysis and saying he can't develop. So that seems to be almost a red herring, no? And I mean, it just seems to be a logical fallacy to say that, okay, well, Smook likes him because he's a quality person and that's why he's advocating for him. You're advocating against him because of something you saw when he had a piss poor offensive line, no quarterback coach. I don't understand the legs of that argument. I don't understand how both of those can... Well, I would argue yours is also an emotion, because facts are that you can absolutely develop. Your emotional statement is one based off of a fact. Yes, there were passes missed in Michigan, but now you're bleeding over a fact into an emotion and saying that he can't develop. The other thing I would ask is, who would you put over him? We saw Ty Simpson against USF. That didn't exactly go very well. And that's where I'm like, okay, well, that just seems to be a facetious comparison. I don't understand how those two arguments can maintain on the same leg.
You know what I look at this quarterback competition as? Ty Simpson has never been thrown into the fire to develop in the fire. Under all of these uncertainties, out of everything that was laid out, I do not believe we experienced the same success with Ty Simpson at the quarterback, with all the offensive line problems we had, all of the center snapping issues, all of that stuff. Y'all got to remember, when Ty Simpson went in the game against LSU, what was that, the 2-point conversion? That was a horrible snap. He had to run the ball in because it was a bad snap by Seth McLaughlin. Or what a game it was. Was it Kentucky or LSU where he had to go in for the 2-point conversion?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I just know when he got the snap from Seth McLaughlin, it was a bad snap. He also had to use his legs to create a play. I think it was Ole Miss, because that's the game where Milroe had to sit out and after the touchdown pass, whatever it was. Ty Simpson had to make a play up for Seth McLaughlin, right? You go to the USF game. He did not look settled in that pocket. That defensive line was getting to him just like it was getting to Ty Buckner, right? We were having offensive line struggles all year, and Milroe gave us the best option to win. So you're trying to tell me that with a more developed offensive line, a better scheme that fits skill sets that are aligned, that fit the skill sets of not just one quarterback, but every quarterback in the room, you can adjust the schematics of this offensive style to the skill sets of these players. You have a coaching staff who's done that with multiple quarterbacks at other universities with less talent surrounding that quarterback. You're trying to tell me a guy like Jalen Milroe, who led a team, his only 2 losses in his career are to eventual playoff contenders and the eventual national championship team, with 2 of the most experienced coaching staffs, probably the top 5 talented. What was Michigan's overall defensive ranking coming into the playoffs? Were they like number 3?
Number 1, 2, or 3, yeah.
Yeah, like, come on. He did. His 2 losses came against top 10 defenses. But y'all want to give Ty credit for coming into a game against Kentucky where Milroe had just as much success before he was set, before he took his break. And y'all want to talk about how he played against Kentucky after the game was handled? Come on, man. And I'm not dogging Ty. I can't wait for Ty to have his opportunity. If Ty sticks around next year, he's the starter. No question about it. But you have Jalen Milroe on the roster. If Jalen Milroe wasn't on the roster, Ty Simpson gets the nod, hands down. But you have Jalen Milroe on the roster, a proven winner who has shown flashes multiple times of what he can do. Nobody wants to talk about that 4-game stretch where he had the highest completion percentage of all quarterbacks in the country at that time, all Power 5 quarterbacks in the country during that 4-week span. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about the 300 average during that 4-game span. His highest QBR of that 4-game span. Nobody wants to talk about that. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, and Adam says now who's relying on the past, because that's the debate topic you gave me on, right? A great debater is not only going to attempt to prove your point wrong.
Stop moving the goalposts, Adam. Stop moving the goalposts, Adam.
I also have to hit you on your point, right? So if you're giving me an analysis based off of the past, I also have to then base an argument off of the past, right? Like not only am I going to give you what I believe to be the correct analysis, but I'm also going to hit the analysis based on the logic you've given me, using that logic to prove why it's still facetious.
When they bring the evidence into the court, don't you get the cross-exam whenever the evidence is brought into the court? Whenever you bring the evidence, you have the people that's presenting the evidence to support that case. And then as the person, or if I'm against the case, I have the right, I get the opportunity to cross-examine that same evidence that you're bringing. I have to acknowledge it and try to find a way, find the flaws in it so that what you're bringing to the table does not support the argument or the agenda that you're trying to push. Adam, your agenda is invalid when you start talking about the last year. We're talking about what's happening right now against this new defense, against this young secondary or this new secondary, against this defensive front, everything that we're seeing develop day by day. You keep talking about what he did against Michigan, the eventual national championship team, who went out and did the same thing against us that they did against us against the Washington, who had a way less talented team. We go into overtime and lose to Michigan.
And Adam, no, I'm not saying your logic is legitimate. I'm using your logic to prove that your point is illegitimate while also maintaining that that's the incorrect way to analyze it.
Facts.
So I did both. Like no matter how you want it, that this is my point. No matter how you want to debate it, I'll go there.
Right, Megan. Like I'm literally, Adam. I'm not speculating like you and John Smith that in the chat that was talking crazy. These glasses help me see very well. When I don't wear them, I can still see good. And it doesn't take a long time. It took me a drive and a half to see that Milroe's confidence, the fact that he's going through his mechanics in passing sets. Like for real, I mean, dropping back the same way you see him warm up is becoming muscle memory. Then you turn around, you put Ty out there, you're getting the same results. You turn around, you put Austin out there, you get the same results. Like you put Dylan out there. All of these quarterbacks look like they have a grasp on this offense. If Jalen Milroe was able to lead last year's offense without having a full comfortability or full confidence in what he was doing, and was able to lead us to the playoffs to win 11 games, right? Now that he's comfortable, why would anybody that claims to know football or support a player in their development not believe that this player can develop and grasp these concepts? Like, what sense does it make? Why I keep pointing out last year? Well, why not deal with what's happening right now?
Understand this right here. He says, by using the same criteria, you were contradicting yourself. No, Adam, here's what I'm doing. I am saying your criteria is wrong. It is a terrible way for viewing this. You are viewing something that happened in the past and saying that because it happened in the past, it must be so in the future. Your criteria diminishes any possibility of development, which is facetious. That's disingenuous. But if you want to use the past, I'm so confident in my debating abilities, I will use your criteria and still win the debate.
Exactly.
So whether you want to use my criteria, which I view to be good, or whether I want to use your criteria, I'll use what I believe to be faulty analysis and still win the debate. Why? Because if we're going off of the past, who started?
Let's go. Don't tell the truth, Ty. Even with Byron, you talking about it's not his mechanics, it's his IQ. How many times did we see Milroe be able to get to a third read in his progression before somebody was in his lap? And when we did against Ole Miss, what does he do? He completes the pass. Against Tennessee, what does he do? He makes the plays. Like, I don't understand what you expect Milroe to do when he's reaching at the ground, catching the ball at his ankles every snap. Come on, Byron.
My brother. The point I'm making is that no matter what, your criteria is flawed. However,
I wish I could
even if
get
you
you on
want
the
me,
phone.
even if you want me to refute that, I can still use your criteria, which is flawed, to win the debate.
Hey, the
So,
thing
like,
is,
no matter how we want to take this,
and I know
good.
people worry about the players watching. You know what? Ty is so confident in what he's doing in this offense that he sees there's the opportunity. Coach Saban taught everybody one thing before he left, and that's with every player that ever came through and stuck it out. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. Jalen Milroe's legs will be used in this offense this year, something that we complained about last year. We complained that Jalen Milroe didn't. It was one play. Jalen Milroe got touched. How many times have we seen Jalen Milroe go down from getting touched? Like a tap. That is never happening. How many plays did we see Jalen Milroe make last year where he broke tackles, got upfield, made plays with his legs? It was one play. If Jalen Milroe, the touch doesn't get blown, he probably scores a 60-yard run because of the way this offense is being dialed up. That's an option. And then the read option game, Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe both look good in this read option game. It's like Ty is growing in confidence because he's seeing Jalen develop in this scheme. It's almost as if like, man, if Jalen could do it, I can do it. I can do it. Jalen is really leading by example, not just with his vocal presence, what he's doing on the field, the extra work. He has nothing but time to work now.
Yeah, 100%. And I've said this time and time again. We have not had a quarterback coach like we have now. All of the quarterbacks on roster are going to get better. Adam saying Milroe walked into sacks. Ty was sacked 5 times in a game that he didn't start fully against USF. So what are we doing here?
Come on, Adam. What are you even talking against USF? That's what I'm saying. Like all these points against Milroe, but you failed to negate or failed to realize what Ty Simpson did. Let's talk about Ty Buckner, who was given a job that he clearly didn't earn. He clearly was not ready for the moment. He was given an opportunity, and you see how that went. Then you put Ty Simpson out there. Yes, we won, but it wasn't by account of Ty Simpson doing anything so great. The same way we had to win with Milroe. He had to. One thing I will say is this: Milroe did more plays, had to create more plays than plays that were developed for him. Put it like that. He created more plays and was successful in creating plays than plays that were called to develop for him.
My brother in Christ, we are not comparing USF's defense to Michigan's defense.
So you really want to do that, Adam?
they're not in the same plane. Like,
stop moving that goalpost. That boy got this 3,000-pound goalpost in this $2 quicksand from Ace Hardware store, thinking it's gonna hold up in this wind when you're trying to debate something with no facts, right? You throwing out just a loose cannon right now. No facts. Look at the stats. During the time where we had our offensive line together in a 4-game stretch, Milroe was the quarterback in the nation, the number one. That was above Michael Penix. That was above Carson Beck. That was above Caleb Williams. His numbers were better. Efficiency. Shedeur Sanders was the only quarterback that had a higher passing efficiency rate than Jalen Milroe during that 4-week span. Shedeur Sanders. And we saw what that Colorado offense was going against with defense.
100%. Listen, it's
Dino. Dino. We're debating it because it's the hot topic, my guy. I mean, it is what it is. I don't care. I love to debate it. I love to shoot down this narrative that Ty Simpson is the better quarterback. He's not the better quarterback. He's a great quarterback. He's not the best quarterback on the roster. He's not. And it's not that. It's no longer a debate if Jalen Milroe is the best athlete. We've always known that. Jalen Milroe is a quarterback. He's 11-2 as a quarterback.
Adam, Tennessee had one of the best pass rush attacks in college football. Texas has 2 guys about to be drafted. Ole Miss, but you notice they're all Power 5 Division I teams. They're
not USF.
They're not USF.
Adam, you're done.
There's a massive difference between recruiting 4 and 5 stars across the board and USF.
Adam, you're cooked. Adam, you're cooked. I'm sorry. I love the fact that you standing strong on this Tide debate, but I
can't compare USF and Michigan. That's.
I encourage you to not watch any games this year because you're going to be so mad at the fact that Milroe is going to have so much success. The fact that you watch Michael Penix develop in a year's time in an offense that fit his skill set, right, and turn around and Heisman contender. You know what I'm saying? Heisman season, right? You watched it happen. You don't think Milroe has options? You didn't see Jalen Hurts leave Alabama and go and develop under a system that fit his skill set? We didn't watch that happen. We didn't watch him grow the year he sat behind Tua. Like you act like he don't have the ability to improve. That's what gets me. People want to give Ty Simpson this accolades as if but he's still inconsistent. He had a lot of man. I got the script. Ty, you saw the script too.
Well, and at the end of the day, all the quarterbacks are developing.
And they're doing good.
Thing. That's a great thing.
I mean, all of them have a sense of control and command of this offense. And you want to know why? Because there's an actual quarterback coach there. There's an offensive-minded coach who has a keen ability to communicate what he's looking for and how to look for it. How do you build up to get in these progressions? Milroe, Ty Simpson, Austin McDillon on again. There's no lazy eyes when they're dropping back in pass game. There's nothing because it's like I said, everything leads to the next read. Everything leads to the next read. And it's a hard offense not to understand, right? So if it's a hard offense not to understand, and you have a guy who has the arm talent, who has the athleticism, and you got guys that don't match that in the room, of course you go with that guy. Of course you go with that guy. If everybody's getting it and he has the X factor, you go with him. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, at the end of the day, listen, all the quarterbacks are developing, and that's great news. We have not had quarterback coaches like this. All of them are going to progress, and that's awesome for Alabama because they're all very talented. But guys, this is going to be a fun year, and I'm telling you, I'm very excited.
Here they come.
Able to do.
Here comes John Smith. Ooh, come on, please give me my segment, bro. I'm ready.
Yep, it's that time, Coach. I've taken up enough of your time. I apologize for staying a little bit late.
Nah, you good.
Guys,
they're going to start disappearing soon.
Y'all already know. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9:30 Central Standard Time in the morning, and we will continue talking some ball. Until then, roll Tide, Coach. Kill it as always, my man.
Man, roll Tide, brother. I'm ready. I'm in the zone. Let me get this crap off the screen. Let me get this music turned up a little bit. I need a little bit more volume. There we go. Here we go. So back to the debate, man. And y'all come in. I love the Milroe haters, right? Because when you hate on Milroe, you hate on his team. When a quarterback, when the team comes out and says they're behind the guy because they see the improvement, the coaches are behind them, they're pushing them. I mean, it's good to have great competition, but to sit here and deny the fact that this guy can get better. That's saying that Caden Proctor, y'all talking about Caden Proctor. Caden Proctor got beat up a Michigan game. Everybody's so happy about Caden Proctor coming back, right? Go watch the Michigan film. Go look at where our weaknesses were. Y'all saying Caden Proctor can't get better? Oh, he was a true freshman. This was Milroe's first year started in a new offensive scheme under a new coordinator. Come on. Y'all so crazy, man. I don't get the logic, man. What it do, John M? How you feeling, man? Tim in here. What's good, man? They silly, bro. They silly. You are a Milroe hater, Adam. I'm going to give it to you. You're a Milroe hater, bro. I give it to you. Wear it proudly. Stand on it. You've been hating on this man since last season. Every game he won, you was quiet. But when he had a struggle game, you come in, you was in everybody chat talking crazy about Milroe, talking about what he can't do, and he just kept defying the odds, kept keeping you quiet. And the only time you came out was after the Texas loss and after the Michigan loss. You know I've been watching. You know you my boy. I know what you've been doing. You're a Milroe hater, bro. Wear it. I might get you a chain, undefeated. We might need to take a collection, get Adam and maybe some of the other ones. John Smith, give him a Milroe hater chain. Is this the John Smith from Twitter? I've been waiting for you. Smoot. People have opinions. Don't get emotional. Call people haters. John Smith, you're a hater. What analysis and your opinions are your opinions. I have my opinion about your opinion. I'm not getting emotional. This is just the energy I bring all the time. Why do people get mad when I bring the energy? Don't say stupid stuff without facts and don't expect me to clap back. Like it's not factual what you all are saying. It's not factual at all. Go look at the stats. Milroe was in the top 20 of quarterbacks this season, his first year as a starter, in an offensive scheme that did not fit his skill set. How many times did we say Milroe is not a drop back passer? And we saw him get put in drop back situations in the pass game. How many times did we see Milroe get a play call, a rollout play call to where it cut the field in half for him and allow him the option to possibly press the line of scrimmage, use his legs if there was nothing open, create him momentum going towards the line of scrimmage so that he could be an athlete, right? We saw Lane Kiffin do the same thing with Jalen Hurts, put him in situations where he could have success. But also, how many times did we see Milroe get coached to look at his tight ends? How many times were there play calls that forced him to look in the middle of the field? let's be fair all the way around. It wasn't just on Milroe and his development, and he still led us to, man, come on. We got to stop it, y'all. This man said I'm a Simpson hater. You talking about the same guy that thought Ty Simpson, if he got an opportunity in Middle Tennessee State game, he would be the starter? Huh. Come on now. Get out of here, John Smith. I don't know why people can't accept that he is the starter until Coach KD says otherwise. Jarvis, and that's the thing I've been saying. Adam, you a Milroe hater, and you've been getting proved wrong. Just keep talking. Use the offseason to build your momentum. Keep the trolling going. When you bring some facts to the table, then we can start talking again. But until then, you're cooked, brother. I love how Ty just so gracefully cooked y'all. All y'all guys that's talking about Ty Simpson this, Ty Simpson that, Milroe ain't this. I love Ty. You the GOAT. I'm going to make sure I clip that. And I'm going to just put it on replay for all y'all. Brian Russell, to you too. You already know. I'm coming for y'all. Y'all. The fact that y'all coming here on my segment and think I'm gonna change it up, man, it's crazy. This is what got us here, y'all. Authenticity. And the fact that I'm telling y'all, man, it's people that were at this scrimmage that they were so ready to talk about Ty Simpson's 2 touchdowns, but they're not gonna tell you how the 2 touchdowns came. They're not gonna tell you about where they were to and where they were on the field. Like Ty Simpson had a great scrimmage. So did Milroe. I'm telling you, man, this quarterback room, this is probably the most complete, most talented quarterback room since Tua, Mac Jones, and Jalen Hurts being in the room together. It's like the same feels. You can't go wrong with either one. But when you got a proven winner, like Jalen Hurts was, you don't just throw Tua out there. Ty Simpson is not ready to be he's a great practice player from what I've seen. He's a great practice player. I saw him struggle in practice last year so many times, you know, not personally, but like clips and stuff where, and the reports y'all talked about his inconsistency last year in practice, which is why Jalen Milroe got the start. He gets the start because he creates another asset. He gives you another weapon with his legs. Now it's past that. Now you have to be able to read defenses. He's doing it. I like it too. He can't read the defense. He proves that they keep talking about last year. Jimmy hasn't been to practice. And Bama Fan 95, I can't wait either because a lot of people are going to look at that game and they're going to get mad at the fact that Milroe, who I know for a fact is focusing on getting to his checkdowns if his first read's not there. He's focusing on that. It's clear. There's no reason to try to go big. He know he can hit the deep ball. He knows he can hit the overtops. They work these things on air for timing. You know what I'm saying? But getting off of those reads, you got a defensive line in that the first 6 or 7 rotating. They're beating our O-line up, especially at the left tackle spot. So he's got to learn to get to those checkdowns quick. I told you I was getting mad a few times. But just efficiency, just drawing the defense in. And the only reason you won't see the defense draw in because this is in a game. They're learning this scheme too. But I guarantee if this was game-like situations, you would have to bring more in the box the way that Jalen Milroe's getting the ball out to his checkdowns. He can't read defense last year. You couldn't do a lot of things you doing this year that you was doing last year. Come on, man. Oh, man. Hey, I ain't never been in the ghetto, Nicole. I'm sorry. I ain't never been in the ghetto. Never lived there, never been there. Sorry. I'm country, though. AJ, don't tell them the truth, man. It is what it is. I love Ty Simpson, but if he was ready, he would have been, man, Smoking Bud, you remember when I was on the other segment and they asked me for my hot take when I was on the other channel and they asked me for my hot take and I got beat up for saying if Milroe comes out and struggles against Middle Tennessee State, meaning he goes out of the first quarter, no score, we're in a tight game going into the second quarter, the second half of the second quarter, Ty Simpson gets the opportunity, Ty Simpson does not give the position up. That was my hot take. I am on record saying that. I had another quote unquote analyst try to use that take to say that I picked Ty Simpson over Milroe. No, I just knew because of how close the competition was and where they were in their development, Milroe's edge was the fact that he had the legs. It wasn't the fact that he was the most complete QB. Now you've given him a season of starts under his belt against SEC competition, against playoff competition. literally his last game was against the national championship team, the reigning national champs right now, the current defending national champs. He beat the defending national champs to get to the playoffs, and then he loses to the eventual national champs. That don't happen. Like you don't do that by being luck. You have to be a player. You have to be a dog to create plays. Smook, here's something to discuss. I heard a pretty knowledgeable analyst state that Alabama would be one of the teams to compete for the Natty this year. I don't expect an easy road, but possible. Ken Shivers, you are like a lot of people who watch this team and look at this roster, right? And you kind of look at the talent that was left after the portal, and you feel good about the talent. The questions are, how are we developing and how are we adjusting to the schemes that are being in place? Because we have a new defensive philosophy, not necessarily a scheme, but a philosophy, right? Personnel grouping change up a little bit, but philosophy is the main thing. Verbiage, communication is different. You got offense. You done clean house on how you're running the offense. I mean, run scheme, pass scale, all of that is changed up. You're implementing a lot of this stuff. So just like it's new to the team, it's also going to be new to the opponents, right? The SEC hasn't seen on a wide scale, on a large scale, what Kalen DeBoer and this offense does. So because of that and the talent that's combined, I have confidence in the developmental aspect of what Kalen DeBoer has done in previous stops with less talent. And you factor all that in, you have to feel positive about the trajectory of this team. Like I said, at worst, I believe this is an 11-1 regular season. I think we have the potential to run the table, because you look at what's returning for a lot of the other powers to be, we're right in the mix, if not better than a lot of those teams on paper. So yeah. Why y'all just can't let Ty wait his turn like Mac did? Hey Jarvis, and that's what I've been saying. I can't wait. Me and my boy Cinco was talking this morning. I can't wait for Ty to get his opportunity. But right now, there's a quarterback that's better on this roster, and it's Jalen Milroe. Any updates on recruiting efforts this weekend? Listen, y'all know it's a lot of hot name recruits. Juju's going to be here for the scrimmage. I think Sanders is going to be. A lot of big names are coming for A-Day. Being that it's going to be on ESPN, a lot of exposure, right? A lot of these kids are smart. They coming because they know it's going to be a lot of buzz. You know, hey, if we could be seen on camera at Bama's campus for A-Day, how much push can this make other recruiters? Who's going to work harder to pull us away from this, right? So I can't wait to see a lot of these guys. I have a list for my segment tomorrow before we go and do practice coverage tomorrow. Smoking Bud, yeah, you remember when I said that, man. They tried to use that as my take. Caleb, I'm gonna be there early in the morning, my guy. We got work. Y'all heard Ty, we working that day. We definitely gonna be interacting with y'all though. Let me see. Jor, how much better do you believe our in-game adjustments will be? You know what, Jor? That's something that I'm glad we're able to talk about today. And I had like a I had segments. We could actually kind of segue into this. Here we go. Let's segue into it. I got a graphic. We could segue into it. And we can run through them. Not nothing crazy, right? Not nothing crazy. Scrimmage recap. We already talked about the scrimmage with Ty. We talked about some of the leaders in the room. You know, Jalen Milroe being on the offensive side, Tyler Booker, Jaden Roberts, James Brockemeyer. There's like a core leadership group in that offensive line room. Even Parker Brailsford, you know, they were talking about their respect for him. To address that too, I saw some comments about that. So with Brailsford, it was a situation where he wasn't aware that there were other dogs on this offensive line. He's young. He's a younger guy. Going into this year, he did not know what he was walking into. He felt like he was told something, and that wasn't the case. And he was mature enough to acknowledge that and say, hey, I got the wrong idea. I'm back in it, though. That's what I want to see from Caden Proctor. I want to see that from Caden Proctor. Come in, get your head down, go to work, lose that weight. And he will eventually be the starter. Starting the season, though, where my boy at? I want my ribs. If he don't come out and start that first game, I want my ribs. You either gonna Venmo me that money, or I want to see it in super chat or something, because I want my ribs. Caden Proctor not starting in week 1 as the left tackle. I'm telling y'all. But I think Parker Brailsford is like mindset wise, needed a pickup, needed a check, an ego check. And there's nothing wrong with that, man. You're talking about an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid, you know. Same thing with Caden Proctor. You know, I got some sources close to that circle. I'm actually, man, I ain't gonna tell y'all that, but we working on something, and we'll be able to hear his story verbatim. We working on something. So, but my confirmation to that is, you know, the young man needed some guidance. There was some guidance that needed to be had. And luckily he has teammates such as Wilkin Formby who see the value in him and can, you know, has that continuity and that brotherhood feel with him to convince him to rethink his decision. But not only to rethink it because of it's Alabama, but what's best for you at the end of the day. And it's crazy that a kid will go to Iowa, state that he's from, gets on campus after all of that saga, and people act like they don't know who he is. That's when it's gonna be crazy. So I can't wait for Caden Proctor to get on there and get out there and show that he deserves it. Smook argued me down, and when I said I still don't think we need him, Demetrius. I never said we needed him. I feel like we could develop with what we have. I feel like there's good competition with Pritchett. They're going against 5 stars. Wait till they go against, when they have the opportunity to go against people who don't know the scheme or don't have familiarity with what the offensive matchup, because it's not like Pritchett and Bertrand not winning reps. Bertrand had a few key reps that he won. So don't get it twisted. I did not want to say, even in his last statement, that we need him. And I never said it before. I said it would create great competition, but the mentality is what I had in question. Which, if we being honest, is players on the team that still want to see what his motive is. You have to go out there and prove it with your actions. So yeah, Demetrius, I shoot that down too. I'm sorry. I got the big guns out today. Yeah, man. Does Dylan Lonergan transfer? I don't think so. I don't think so. Smook and the undefeated, good late morning and always. Yes, sir, train wreck. F them trees, baby. F them trees. F them trees, man. Hey, King Family Reacts, appreciate it. I don't think you was in here the other day, man, when I gave you your shout out. You with the K Block video. What the numbers looking like over there for that K Block video reaction, man? I told you she was something special, man, with that little rasp in her voice. And she wasn't even trying, man. Effortless. It was crazy how smooth she was, man. What's up, Will? How y'all feeling? Demetrius said, now the story switches. Nah, ain't no story switch. Y'all just got selective hearing. EJ Riggins, we don't need him. I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all just don't understand how much talent we have on the defensive line. That D line is nasty, dog. And we don't have a staff. Freddie Roach is not being told to tell these guys to dial it back. Kane Womack is not slowing down the rotation of these guys. I honestly, I don't think there will be another defensive line group in the SEC or on our schedule that's going to be this deep. Wait till A-Day. Y'all going to see. The O-line is solid, man. It's just about getting the best 5 out there. Even when Miles McVay got out there, he looked solid, but you're talking about he's not seeing a 2 or a 3 guy, every rep. He's seeing some talent. James Smith lining up in front of him. And then you got to turn around. You might have to see Quay Roussard. Then you might have to turn around and see big end LT Overton. You might have to see big end Jordan Renard. Like you got big dudes that move across from these guys, and they just fresh. Every time they come out there, they fresh. You get what I'm saying? So I think the competition is balanced right now. I don't think we need them. It's good to have them. Great value, great talent. We're not gonna sit here in front and act like Proctor didn't get better. But he wasn't our best offensive lineman last year. He definitely wasn't our best offensive lineman last year. I will go as far as to say this, and I stand on this just like I did last year. When Proctor was having those struggles and they gave Pritchett a chance, I feel like once you put Proctor back in and Pritchett was injured and Proctor didn't progress, you could have put Wilkin Formby out there and got the same type of results, the same inconsistency, the same growing pains that you got with Caden Proctor. I really believe that. I mean, that's just how things develop sometimes. You could have moved Tyler Booker back out to left to tackle, and you probably could have brought in a Dallencourt to play guard, or who was the other guards last year? Rock Montgomery, young guy that was showing promise early on. You see, we made the Jaden Roberts switch at right guard with Dallencourt, right? Like you could have did so many different things, but they chose to grow with Proctor. They chose to grow with him. Wilkin Formby is going to start at right tackle. He's going to start at right tackle. You know me, says Smook. Do you think Womack is going to be better than what T-Rob would have brought? Listen, I like Womack's experience as a defensive play caller and his lineage of the type of scheme that he wants, the style of play calling he wants, that aggressive play calling. I like that more than what I feel like we would have had with T-Rob coming in with that Sabanist basis of his knowledge. Like, and it's nothing wrong with what Coach Saban did during his time here. We're not going to front like it didn't work, but it was beginning to get more exposed with that gap. And you'll still see some gap concepts in certain spots in this play calling, but it's going to be a very aggressive defense. It's going to be a very aggressive defense. Yeah, he was definitely. Hey, Jawan, I was just making a vague like a vague statement about last year's offensive line struggles, because you could have put anybody out there and would have had similar production at that point in time. Like none of them were solid. There was two, to be honest. You had Tyler Booker. He was getting beat up early on in the season. There was no consistency across the board ever during the season. Even in games where we won good, Proctor was getting beat up, man. He was young. I don't know why people keep dismissing the fact that he was young. Like, he got beat up a lot because he was young. He had spots where he got better, but he was getting beat up, man. Proctor won't be back till the 18th. I don't know if I was supposed to tell y'all that, but yeah, Byron. I like being plugged in too, because I'm learning to like watch out, speculate, and say things. Like Adam with his analysis of Miro can't read. Like everybody saying Miro can't read a defense. I like watching it sometimes. That's why I don't respond to it every time. Or the secondary was too young. I love the fact that I get to go and see these things develop, man. And I like when people question my football knowledge. I like to see it develop, because I can't break down Georgia, Auburn, or what they doing because I don't watch them every day. But I've watched this team traditionally. I watch this team now. I get, myself and Kyle, we get exposed to a lot of things, and we get privy to a lot of different standpoints and viewpoints of this from other media writers and reporters. And what's different about Bama football on YouTube is we don't have a media agenda that we have to push. Some of these other networks and these outlets, they have an agenda that they're pushing, right? They have like a monthly meeting where they say, hey, we're talking about this, that you need to talk about this and use these points this week. We don't have to do that. Here, we get to tell the truth. And I'm telling y'all the truth. Y'all, for the Miro doubters, y'all in for a rude awakening. Hey, Glenn, tell him. Yeah, facts, Gary. What's up, my boy? What about Keon Keeley? Keeley actually looked a lot more aggressive and settled this week. I don't know if it's because it's the game-like feel, but there's no doubt that him playing defensive end right now, not edge, he's not going to be used as like a specialist. He's good in that gap contain type play calling. Sealing the edge, he very strong on that. I saw him get moved in. I think this was like a blitz set where he was one of the interior defensive linemen. Not sure if that was and I couldn't really tell based off alignment because I was talking with one of the parents at the time, but it was a solid play for him. Very disruptive when he got his opportunities. After when the ball's going downfield or the play is past him, you see him hustling to the ball. Keon Keeley looks solid. He looks solid. Same thing with Jaleel Hurley. Y'all remember I had my concerns about Jaleel Hurley. I'm glad to see that his energy's picked up. He had a solid game. The secondary got beat up a lot this scrimmage, though. They got beat up a lot, not because of miscommunication, but just plays being made. The quarterbacks are giving the wide receivers a great opportunity, but you also got super talented wide receivers in this room. But Red Morgan is that dude. I think he might end up being the starter, y'all, with a solid rotation in that safety triangle. I like our dime sets when you bring two true top safeties over top free safeties. I like how that look is. So, a lot of personnel on defense. I feel like we're going to really use our depth. Jalen progressed last year without having a quarterback specialty coach to say that he can't develop to learn a defense or read a defense is crazy. he's going to shut a lot of people up. Facts King. Facts King family reacts. That's all I'm saying. With arm fluidity, throwing motion from working out too much, and I'm a hater now. But Brian, it's just some stuff just that doesn't make sense that comes out of like some of the doubters' thoughts, right? And when I say hater, yes, I'm talking about people that are doubting his ability to get better. How is Saab doing? Keon Sabb is a dude. Him and Damani Jackson, Malachi Moore, Devontae Smith, they have like a keen, like a certain bond that you can see on the field. The celebrations are coming. The secondary is probably going to lead in tackles this year. So it's probably going to be two guys in the secondary that lead in tackles this year. And Jahad Campbell and Justin Jefferson too. I think we're going to see a lot less reps from Deontay Lawson because of the type of value he creates for himself with his range. And people are going to try to spread us out. So it's going to be on Jahad and Justin Jefferson, their skill sets. But the in the box stuff for what Lawson does and how he can get in those underneaths, those curls, those curls to those hitch zone areas, the flats, how he can get out in those areas and cover and lock on to running backs or tight ends. I think that's where his value is, and we're going to see him be utilized a lot. I want to jump into this segment. Number 4, wake up time. I want to talk about this because I think you all are kind of I think you all might have a good idea. Let me see. I'm trying to get this bowling night set up for us, y'all. Bolero, they recognize me from my YouTube channel. That's what's up, y'all. Jay Jackson with the $10 super chat says some people don't comprehend. Let me roll 9 this year, then we can revisit this debate. Roll Tide roll. Hey, you put 10 on it, I'm gonna leave it alone. I rock with you, Jay. I rock with you, big dog. Hey, shout out to my boy Jay Jackson. Put up on me yesterday, got to hang out. We went and got some full moon. Had a solid barbecue sandwich. If y'all come in town for A-Day, if it ain't too packed, go check out Full Moon Barbecue. Them jokers got some nice pulled pork. Me and my boy was over there. Them sandwiches was a solid 8. I had the cheese and the pickle on it, put a little extra barbecue sauce. The baked beans was smacking. The macaroni and cheese wasn't all that, but we'll suffice. We'll go get the devil eggs last time. Shout out to my boy Jay Jackson with the $10 super chat, my guy. Jared says, I'm on avid Miro guy, but you don't have to be labeled a hater over opinions. They aren't 100% one way or the other, black or white. There's room for gray area. My thing is you can have a difference of opinion, right? We all know that he has areas to grow. Everybody does. But to say that he can't grow and to say that he can't read a defense, that is when you become a hater, because there were times last year where he did exactly that with a lack of help. So that's where my debate comes from. To say he can't do it, he shows flashes where he did it. Consistency was not there. Footwork was not there every time. There were a lot of passes against Georgia. I came on with Coach Jay where we said he was just not comfortable. We saw his lack of confidence in his protection because he was not stepping into those deep passes, selling throws, but he also made solid plays. Amari Knee-Black, the deep out to the Knee-Black to get the first down. That was not a play that just happens. That wasn't a deep ball. That was a 12-yard out that he threw on the money to catch him in stride so he could secure it, get his feet down, and then run out of bounds. Like, he did that. So to say he can't do it, big guns, pull him out. We shooting that down. I'm done with it. Full Moon is elite, yes, to a certain extent. To a certain extent. Alexa, I done got y'all talking about food, see? Oh, the ribs is tough. Yeah, baby twist in the house. Who? What you talking about? My locks? Is you talking about my locks? Is we roasting? Why you got a letter for your avatar? Let's not do that, please. I'm with it. I want all the smoke though. There we go, Smoot. Tell him he's going to improve, and I you know what? He is a Heisman front runner. He's definitely a Heisman front runner right now. And that's talking with man, y'all just don't know. I've been privileged and blessed to be in some group text messages, man. One day I don't even know. I'm gonna say it because I'm not gonna give my source away. But Roman Harper is a former Alabama player and alum, and I'm privileged to be in a group text message with him. Shouts out to one of my writer brothers that's in the media. Shout out to him for plugging that in. I'm actually going to have an opportunity to meet Roman Harper. Wouldn't be surprised. Y'all see how Kyle be like, hey, if you can get him, get him. We saw Roll Tide Willie. We saw Christian Miller. Who can be next? We might have George T. Oh, don't tell everybody. We might have we might have a Blake's. Oh, don't tell everybody. You know, just because of authenticity, right? What Bama football on YouTube is doing. We're not clout chasing. We're not name chasing. We're at the practices. We're being seen. The faces are being seen, right? We're being noticed. People are coming and checking out the content. I was privileged to meet a lot of high school coaches. Mind you, I remember last week during our practice coverage, the coaching clinic was around. There are coaches in the state of Alabama that and around in the surrounding areas that watch this show, and they were giving me compliments about my knowledge or how I break down the game. It's not going to be like everybody else. I promise you. I don't plan to be like everybody else. But I guarantee you, when it's time to talk football, we can relate when it's time to talk football. So when I'm shooting down a lot of these takes on Middle Road, it's because it's not football at that point. It's no longer football. It's personal. It's no longer it's no longer a debate about his skill set and what he brings to the table. It's just about, well, he didn't do this right. Well, Ty Simpson went in a game against USF and took 6 sacks, y'all, against USF. Miro gets 4 times against Arkansas because Caden Proctor is getting whooped, and nobody's talking about the full picture of that. How many times did Ty Simpson run into those sacks against USF? Twice the left tackle got beat. So 4 of them. I mean, you really, and we're talking about USF. Not to dog them boys because they're D1 athletes, but USF is not the same as Arkansas. USF is not the same as Michigan, as Texas. Come on, y'all. I'm just saying. They said Merrill's coming back, y'all. At first, he said he couldn't keep doing the show, but then he said Merrill will be back. Hopefully, it still isn't set in stone. Merrill got a lot of jobs and things that he do. He a jack of all trades, man. You don't have to be labeled a hater over opinions. There aren't 100% one way or the other, black or white. There's room for okay. I seen that one. Offensive line get fixed, then Miro will flourish in the offs. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Jeremy. That's all I'm saying. Demetrius, I guarantee you, if Miro starts that game and gets the opportunity, they play with a different fire because they felt like they owed it to him. Miro had 14 points taken off the board against Texas, and we lost by 10. Can we remember that? How many points did Texas get called back against us in that game? Did Texas have any points called back against them? I'm just saying. Did Texas have any points taken off the board? I want to know. They do, Smoking Bud. We lost by 10 to Texas. We lost by 10 in regulation to Texas after getting 14 points taken off the board off of 2 penalties that had nothing to do with Miro. So if we talk about this, right? If we talk about this from an unbiased perspective, right? Let's factor in everything that happened in each loss that Miro had, right? From an unbiased perspective, Georgia game, we don't win because of Miro's arm. We win because of his playmaking ability. We didn't win because of solid protection. And who's telling this lie that Caden Proctor played a dominant game against Georgia? He played solid. He didn't dominate. Tommy Reese act like he wanted to call plays finally. He didn't roll nothing to the left. He didn't run no power, no zone game to the left. Everything to the left was in space. Go watch the game against Georgia. Everything to the left was in space. Nothing was stemming off of Caden Proctor. There was 2 inside reads that Proctor was able to help and climb to the second level and make solid blocks. but not once did he dominate in the trenches. He played a good game though. He didn't get beat up. We were able to hide him. Michigan just had way too much talent across the board, and they were 3 deep across the board. So there was no hiding that. He had to hold his own, and nobody on that offensive line held their own in the first quarter. Nobody. Tyler Booker, Jaden Roberts, Seth sure as hell did it, right? J.C. Latham struggled early. Our offensive line was bad in the first half, the first quarter. Then the second quarter, when Milroe did have time, he was second guessing it because you're reaching down at your ankles for snaps. So that's all I'm saying. And Tommy Rees ended up making adjustments in the second half that I feel like Milroe just wasn't confident in. And that's something that he has to grow in, trust in the play call and literally going through his reads. And that's what I'm seeing. The command of this play, it's a different concept, y'all. It's one thing. Let's say I got these 2 drinks, right? These are my 2 drinks. I love this drink, but this drink is good for me. This drink is not bad for me, but it's not what's good for me, right? It's not the best thing for me to have. But this right here is what I need, right? If I put this drink on the other side of this computer, right? And I put this drink, the one that I like, right here in front of me, and I'm talking to y'all, what am I more naturally going to grab to drink when I'm thirsty? More naturally, because this is close to this is easy access, right? But I'm going to remember at times when I have a second, I'm going to go grab this and I'm going to take a sip. I may not like it as much and it may not be hurting me, but I'm going to grab. That's what Milroe was going through from a philosophy standpoint last year. Yes, I know this is play call. I know what the play design is, but the defense is doing this and I don't feel comfortable reading through that. So what do I do? And it took him 5 or 6 games to start using his legs, right? Start just trying to find the checkdowns. And then once they seen that he could do that well, they started putting him in positions, not on a consistent basis, but they started putting him in positions to do that at a high rate. Byron, you'll be mistaken if you think this is an air raid offense. This is far from an air raid offense, my guy. Far from an air raid offense. Very, very much so spread, but it's not air raid. Yeah, it's not an air raid offense, man. I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, I got the technical term of what this offense is. So I got to speak with 2 coaches that were at the coaching clinic, and when they went into the schematic breakdown of some of the base level stuff for this offense, the passing concepts for this offense are 2-part, right? You have first fade reads, second phase releases, right? That's what the timing is. First phase reads, second phase releases. So you'll have a guy start off in the slant, and based off the first phase of that slant, how the defense reacts, one receiver will make their read off of what the defense reacts to. So let's say he has a slant. If the safety stays back, he's carrying, probably going to flatten that slant out to play in the windows, the 1, 2, and the 3 window between the linebackers. Safety step up, we taking it up the hash. We're taking it up the seam, right? That's just how simplified this offense is. And you know how that helps Milroe? Because guess what? When Milroe gets the snap, he's not looking at his receiver on the snap. Milroe's looking at the safety because the safety has to pay attention to what's happening from that receiver. So if the safety's not even looking at the receiver, guess what? Milroe knows right now. He knows that he has something. He has this receiver coming across the formation because the safety is still sitting there. But he also should know the rest of the play in the back of his mind. So if this safety is sitting, let me scan to my second read because first read might not be open right now. We're not first phase. Second read, I don't see it. So now what's coming across on my second read? Boom. Safety's looking here. All right. So let me hold the safety there. Go back to my first read. Is there. If protection holds up, that's a 3 to 4 second play. If protection, 3.2 to 3.6 seconds, we talking about that type of action. That's how easy this offense is. Even with the checkdowns, you got chip. Every time you see a chip blocked by a running back, I guarantee you're going to see him push out to the flats. Somehow making the defense stay spread out, opening the middle of the field up. So I can't wait to see this continue to unfold, y'all. Congrats, Tristan. What are you basing your analysis on Simpson off of? Who said something? Just have some air raid wide receiver cover. The board runs it too much. Right. Too much balance to be air raid. Tristan said, good morning, Coach Smoot. Big fan, been a day one. I get your opinion on the upside of Miro. If keyword is if he puts it together, I get it, but I'm sorry. I just haven't seen it. Tai is my guy. Hey, Tristan, you entitled to that, man. And I don't know what you've seen. I haven't. I would like to see a profile picture. Maybe I have seen your practice, but I'm just telling you what I've been able to see. And I expect your opinion. And like you said, a lot of people have not been able to see Miro do this. I saw it last year. I saw him do it in spots last year. And without a QB coach, right? Tommy Reese was an offensive coordinator. He wasn't the QB coach. He didn't. Their meetings consisted of a staff. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just Tommy Reese talking to quarterbacks. They had a staff. Now you got Nick Sheridan dealing with quarterbacks, right? You got Kalen DeBoer coming in and sitting in on a quarterback, literally saying, hey, this is what we're looking for when we call in this type of concept. This is how you should be reading it, breaking it down. How do you get to that? Boom. I like that. But yeah. And this is why, like, when we got people that come in that troll and, like, not troll, but they're so adamant about it. And I'm not anti any quarterback. I'm just anti Miro doubt. That's what I am. I'm anti Miro doubt. And I'm anti giving Tai all this credit and he's not proven. He still has a lot that he has to work on. That's what I'm anti. I give Tai credit for what he does, just like I do for Miro. And I like to discuss what they both need to work on, because Tai his feet still shaky, just like Austin Mack. They don't stand in the pocket and trust their protection. They don't try to get up in there, step up in the pocket. Tai still wants to get outside the pocket, and he's not that athlete. He's athletic, but he's not that athlete to get outside the pocket and do things with his feet and create magic. He just doesn't possess that skill set. He's better when he's stepping up in the pocket and using his arm talent. Ronald Thompson, I know we'll see him here for a visit here soon, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And Jared, that's all I be trying to do. I be trying to present facts, bro. And I know people think I'm not emotional, man. This is just my energy. If y'all follow me on my channel, y'all see I bring this energy. Like, I'm gonna put energy into everything. And I made it, you know what? I took it personal last weekend. I saw somebody on another channel have a take, and they had the nerve to mention Bama football on YouTube. They had the nerve to mention me, Coach Sean, and Tai Hayes. They had the nerve to mention us by name. And I took it personal. And I started to call this channel out. But clearly they watch it. So you're here. I want to see your comments about this quarterback debate. I want to see your comments about the edge rushing debate. Like, I want to see, because you sure had a lot to say then, but it seems like you ain't saying much now that you in the chat. You ain't got much to say when the facts are thrown out there. I didn't see you at the scrimmage like you said you were going to be. Like, and I wasn't hiding. It's hard for me to hide. 6'3". And if somebody in the chat was there and paid attention to a certain section where I was, right, you saw me. I had on that 5 Colombiano quarter zip. That mother 5. I don't care what y'all say. Hey, I think I'm gonna do a visor giveaway too this week, y'all. I think I'm gonna do a visor giveaway. Wait. I never said Ty Simpson wasn't athletic. He's not athletic. Are you trying to say he's just as athletic as Jalen Miro, though? You and your feelings, Jalen Miro's a quarterback too. He's not listed as an athlete on the roster. He didn't get into the Heisman votes as an athlete. He's a quarterback. He has passing yards. I mean, Jalen Miro had less interceptions thrown than some of the guys that finished in front of him in Heisman running. What are you talking about? Put them belts out, y'all. I think it's time to pull the belts out. Uh-oh. Look, I felt it. Caleb, I got you, fam. I got you, man. This fool said an edge rusher. All right, you go to bed. Go to bed, Miss Jackson or Mr. Jackson. Go to bed, Mr. Jackson. Go back to bed. Oh, it ain't nothing wrong with emotion. That is our source of energy. You just take pride in not letting that energy think. You know what? Moon Rocker, I don't get that statement. I don't know if you're trying to be sensei in a moment, but I'm going to tell you like this. The great debaters and the great analysts that I've been able to watch that are impacting the industry right now have passion and emotion. Nobody wants to sit here and debate facts. Well, Jalen Milroe actually had the highest passer rating for the toughest span of the schedule in the 2023 season, where his numbers were 71% completion, 68% completion, total QBR of 101, total QBR of 98, total QBR of 94. Nobody wants to talk like that, bro. Nobody wants to talk like that. Nobody wants to talk crazy too and not clap back with some fire. You know what I'm saying? I like clapping back. It's fun. It's fun, man. Byron Russell, it ain't if you mention Ty Simpson. It's when you say Ty Simpson is better than Jalen Milroe, then you're a troll. And I will glad that you give you any pair of these thick glasses that I'll be wearing around this house. I'll be glad to hand you a pair for A-Day so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, man. You form an opinion on facts the best you can, and emotions do fill in the blanks, but it's not all emotion. It's finding that balance. Nobody wants a robot fact. Right. Roll Tide. Coach Smook, from your observation, how do you think the veterans of the team on offense and defense are responding to the new schemes and coaching styles? I know players respond different to the change. Roll Tide. Good question, man. Thank you for bringing something to change up the mood. I appreciate people like that. I appreciate y'all that come in and do that. From my observations, man, the veterans are the ones that I feel like are having the most trouble taking it and applying it on the field, because the freshmen and secondary, like Mo Lindquist, Colin Hitzler, Kane Womack, they're excited about the freshmen. You know, Damani Jackson is basically coming in, you know, new to how things are being done. So it's fresh to him too. So it's easier for him to take too. The guys that were here under Saban, especially in the secondary, they're having a little bit harder time adjusting. So it's good to see guys like Keon Sabb, Damani Jackson be, you know, projected starters. You got Malachi Moore, you got Devontae Smith, you got Red Morgan, who are rotating heavy. Dre Kirkpatrick, another name to be looking out for. Brayson Hubbard had some flashes, right? But Peyton Woodyard is, oh man. Before I finish answering this question, Peyton Woodyard had a play. I don't know if y'all remember last year. There was a high-low concept thrown at Caleb Downs in the Texas game, right? And he bit on the under. He bent on the low. The dig across, and the post came right behind him, right? Peyton Woodyard, that was a similar concept. It was more so not necessarily a dig, but there was a mid crosser and a deep crosser thrown at Peyton Woodyard, and because of the style of scheme, the deep third boundary corner, who had a match technique in front of him, his guy released short. Damani starts bailing early, right? Peyton Woodyard sees his underneath from the deep third on the boundary. Peyton Woodyard sprints, gets depth to the hash, and it took away. So the underneath route, because Damani Jackson is dropping, keeping his eyes on the quarterback. He's dropping to his deep third in his third of the field. You got Peyton Woodyard. No, as a matter of fact, it wasn't even Damani. It was actually Mincy, Xavier Brown. I mean, Mbakwe was on the other side, and Peyton Woodyard was on at top. You see the crosser come in front of him, and he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't even bite. He's still keeping that depth, but he's not bailing at this point as the crosser crosses him. He makes sure that the corner on the boundary is underneath, and there was a post being thrown at him, and took the post away completely. Forgot about the underneath because we got help underneath. Goes and takes the post, knows he doesn't have any backside help. He's the last line of defense. To see that small iteration on the defense because there was an opportunity for that play to be made when Ty Simpson didn't take the deep pass before. So you saw him make the adjustment. So to coincide with your question, the adjustments on every iteration, you see adjustments being made on both sides. And it was something that Kalen DeBoer even highlighted in the interview. So I think the young guys are taking a lot faster than a lot of the old guys just because of habits. And me and Ty kind of touched on that earlier. Hey, tell him, hey, this is one of my teammates from college, y'all. And he was there. He wasn't part of the film rat crew. Like that was a group of us, man. It would be NCAA on one TV, right? We would be playing NCAA football on one TV in the room. But then a lot of us, we would get DVDs after practice, and we wasn't going there to just watch highlights or see who did what. We would study film, man. We would study film, and that's when like I would take a liking to just breaking down coverages and everything, man. It was always been a part of me. So when I talk about development, bro, if you remember Pemo came from Ole Miss, got kicked out of Ole Miss and was our quarterback, and how everybody was projecting him to be the starter, but then the backup kid, he was small, man, but he was just like Milroe. He had the extra, I forget his name. Pemo started, but we ended up ending the season that my freshman year, I think your sophomore year, my freshman year, we ended up, I can't remember the young man's name. I can't remember brother's name, but you know who I'm talking about, man. You know who I'm talking about. Hey, John Smith. Nah, it ain't my team. I just kind of understand the game clearly a little bit better than you do. For you to say that Miro can't develop or he's not going to get better, like that's crazy to me. I would never say that about any player. Like they can't develop or get better. Like we've only got one season of film work with this guy, him and Ty. We've got certain game situations with Ty. But one thing that's been consistent, Miro has been the better player when he's been put in that position. Bama 95 becoming a member again. Where'd you go? Welcome, Bike. Appreciate you for joining the team again. I'm loving Austin Mack's game too. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Austin Mack looks a lot more confident. Y'all remember I came on, I told y'all he was struggling early on in those early practices, as expected. The kid, he's about to be 18. I think he's still 17. He's not even 18 yet. He's going to learn. He's going to learn. He's doing it against a lot of talent on the other side of the ball. Like I said, our threes are ones, especially on the front. They're ones in a lot of different places, a lot of different schools. So it's not easy. And he doesn't have first team line going up. He doesn't have the most cohesive group protecting him. And he's doing some good things. And having Richard Young and Daniel Hill back there to help him out is been big. Daniel Hill looks good too, y'all. Daniel Hill looks doggone good. He looks doggone good. Looks doggone good. Jeremy, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't gauge Dylan's energy. I mean, in the scrimmages, they all look like they just kind of like bought in, but you never know, man. And theyese players, they're not gonna hint anything. This is the guys that are here. I think they kind of have taken up this notion that I'm here. I gotta compete regardless. So why not just stay here? Why not be here and be ready for an opportunity? You don't know what this staff is gonna do. I have an idea of who the starting quarterback is going to be. I think we all kind of know, but you don't know what happens in a game where Milroe goes out and struggles one drive, right? Most coaches may do two drives, but he may struggle one drive and Ty may come in and have a game, and then the next game, Milroe's back out there because he is the guy. Like, you never know. You never know. So wait to see what happens. For sure, Tristan. For sure, man. I can't wait to meet a lot of y'all. Byron. Okay. Smook, after it's all said and done, I won't be mad to see Ty Simpson go start at Auburn or something. I wish the best for him. He deserves to go be great, but we all know what's up. Jordan Campbell. I don't think Ty Simpson is leaving. Ty Simpson has 2 more years under his belt. He only needs 1 year as a starter. Austin Mack's not taking his spot if he stays next year. Austin Mack's not the second guy. If Milroe gets hurt this year, Ty Simpson's in the perfect spot. He's going to have an experience he's going to be experienced in this offensive scheme that just sent another quarterback in this past draft. This past year, going to be probably the second or third quarterback taken off the board, right? And Michael Penix, You don't think Ty Simpson is thinking about that? He's been here for 3 years now, going on his 4th year. He's about to have a whole free year to just be a college football quarterback. With all the NIL that he's already collected, there's no reason to leave, man. Facts. I'm feeling you. Oh man. Hey, transfer to another chat. I'm just scanning over them comments. Y'all know me. Not even a fan funder with your plain name. Oh man, please. I can't wait to Coach Sean. You need to show up with Coach Sean and get in here. I'll be letting them take it, man. Cause I got other stuff to cover today, y'all. I'll be sitting down talking with our boy Jaden Roberts today. That's my brother, man. That's my little brother. Shout out to Miss Twanisha Riley, Jaden Roberts' mother, and the family. Shout out to Ebony Carter and Will Carter. Ebony and Isaiah will be here this week. They will be here Friday. I plan on going to pick them up, personally bringing them and hang out. Yeah, Adam. Mac is number 3 right now. Lonergan is playing with 3s. Mac is playing with the 2s and 3s. Ty is playing with the 2s. And just from the scrimmage, yeah, I'm not gonna put it up there. I'm not gonna put it up there for y'all to look at it, but I literally have the scrimmage script, like the results from each drive, literally right here. I literally have it, and that, like, I was there until the last 28 minutes or something of the scrimmage. I ran out the stadium, ran to my car, had to change my top, and what y'all seen from the interview and what me and Kyle did, I had been there since, like, and I was on the phone. I wish Sis was in the chat. KT was in the chat. I was on the phone with her when they pulled up. I got to see how they arrived to the stadium and everything. The police, they cut my car off, so the escort. So it was cool to see all that, man. Gary Peak, I'm gonna need you to get a K on the end of that, my boy. And I'm mad because they, like, on the keyboard, they're like spaces away from each other. So, like, you got T right here. Then you go over like 2 spots to YUI, well, 3, and then you go down and you hit the K, just like that. And even if with your thumb, it's like a slight slide right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I got a pick, man. And I played at Faulkner University. I also played a lot of semi-pro while I was in the military, man. I played a lot of semi-pro, so yeah. Is that Auntie Janet on y'all neck, bro? A doe is a female deer. Oh, y'all. So I'm sitting out in the car this morning, right? And this kind of like undefeated chat talk. Ty Robinson just gave me a follow back. Oh, y'all, we got hella recruits ready to jump on the show too. Like, a lot of them, y'all. They come in, they love the debate, they love the energy I bring. So that's why, I do this for y'all, but at the same time, I love being interactive with these recruits, man. The class of 26, 27, 28, those my youngest, man. I'm taking it personal. I'm trying to make moves. I'm trying to get connected. I'm trying to see who coming to Bama or where they going. If they not getting looks, if they got value, I'm trying to, because at the end of the day, I think that's what I want to do. I want to do recruiting analyst. I want to be a recruiting analyst. I want to go out, do scouting, recruiting, all of that stuff. I want to be somebody's associate director of player personnel. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn it. I'm learning the business. I've been put in some circles that's going to help me kind of coach me up and teach me the back end of things, how to move, kind of how to build pipelines. But yeah, and I'm starting in the state of Alabama. I was able to talk with Tilton County High School, their head coach, Pinson Valley, Central and Tuscaloosa. I mean, a lot of schools, and it was crazy. Kyle Henderson, I wish he was on. He'll tell you it was crazy to be noticed, like to get that type of that notation and that type of head nod that, man, we rock with what you talk about, myself and Kyle were a lot of people were, and mind you, you got On 3 out there, you got next round, you got all these other outlets, Bama Central, all of these TDA, and they were like Kyle and Smoot, you know what I'm saying? So, and they know Sean, they know Jay, they know Ty, like they know the panel, but because we're there. So people are starting to see our faces a lot more, and it's a good feeling, y'all. We put in that hard work. We put in that hard work. Can we talk a little bit about defensive tackle? Who do I like most? Hey, let's talk about it. So there's a name that I've been talking about for the past few weeks. And I think y'all are going to be happy to know that this young man is doing his thing. Hold on, let me reply to this message real quick. I got to reply to this message real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. The email. But there's Jeremiah Beeman. I'm telling y'all, that dude. Oh my God, Beeman. Who else was it? 33. 44. Damon Payne. Ja Latham out there going crazy. Who else, man? D-line. I'm just thinking. I'm going through my head right now. Like I said, Keon Keeley looked good this scrimmage. He really did. I was happy to see that he was doing great. You had 33, 44 Damon Payne, 33 Hunter Osborne, y'all. Dude is huge. I didn't know Hunter Osborne was that big, right? First of all, I knew he was kind of tall, but I didn't know he was like big, massive. Hunter Osborne got to be like 285 right now, playing defensive tackle. Of course, Tim Smith, Tim Keenan, those guys doing their thing. James Smith floating between tackle and end, right? I mean, the D line, the interior defensive line is going to be stacked, y'all. It's going to be stacked. I can't wait to see what these guys do. More so guys like James Smith, because of his range and where they're going to play him. He has a crazy get off. Like I'm talking about, he comes out of his stance at such a low pad level. He's hard to stop, and he's a solid guy too. Let me see. 94 is a number. I can't remember who it was. I got to look at the roster. 94. Edric Hill, he showed some flashes. Red shirt freshman. Who else? I'm trying to think. Like I said, 92 has been going crazy. Jordan Renard, number 90, another big dude. We got a lot of athletes, y'all. Defensive ends, defensive tackles, they look good. So, Austin, that's my little take on it. Philip Thomas, what's good? He said, Coach Smoot, checking in, my boy. It was good chopping it up with you. I couldn't make it to Houndstooth last week. I'll be in the gym, though. Hey, much love, my boy. You already know what time it is. Hey, Philip, you know, it's crazy that we chopped it up, man. A lot of people, they were laughing at me because I really, like, when people recognize me randomly, bro, it's weird. It's so weird. So being in the fan shop, the Bama fan shop, and somebody. My fault, y'all. I was trying to show y'all that. Yeah, like, buying socks. I didn't want to spend no money on those socks, so I was talking out loud. Y'all know I'm country, you know. And a few people laughed, like snickered, you know. They was like, you know, because I was being silly. But then I forget the gentleman's name, Brian. I want to say Brian was his name, because I met a lot of viewers, people that support the channel. I met a lot of y'all Saturday evening. But I got a picture with him. I don't know if he does social media, but if this is you in the chat, y'all, that ain't the picture I'm trying to show y'all. This is pretty cool. Like a picture with a supporter, right? If this is you in the chat, it was cool meeting you, Brian. Much love. And it was funny because his wife came over and she was like, it's crazy that I see you on my TV every day. And now we're here in T-Town. Their daughter goes to UA, so it's awesome to see that, you know, that we get some reach, y'all. We getting some reach. So yeah, I like that. I like the way y'all support us, man. Coach Smoot blocked himself. I blocked myself? Nah. I teleported, man. I was trying to get to the A-Day game so I could tell y'all what's gonna happen, man. Hey, Shadow. They said you who the fighting okra? It's Tulane, right? No, that's not Tulane. That's East Delta something community college something. That's the just released his top 6 and Bama is in it. I think Bama's going to be in a lot of people's top 6, man. You go through the season we had last year and end up in the top 4 playing for a playoff. I think, honestly, I wouldn't be mad if we started at the preseason number 8. I wouldn't be mad. I would not be mad. I would love to be in that position. I would love to go into week 5 against Georgia. Well, week 4, but week 5 of the season against Georgia, ranked number 7, number 6, and they be number 2 or number 1, right? I would not be mad at that. Y'all leave Shadow alone, y'all. Y'all leave Shadow alone. Can't even spell their name right. Leave them alone, y'all. Y'all leave him alone. He's starting to get in his feelings. His name calling. Y'all stop name calling in the chat now. Y'all stop it. Y'all stop it. Candied okra. Fighting candied okra. Y'all tripping, man. Nah, clearly you can't. You clearly can't. Because you out here struggling. You getting cooked and you're fighting a lost battle, brother. You're fighting a lost, or sister. Pronouns. I'm all respectful for the pronouns. Y'all know that. 8 suits me. We be lanking all over the place. Hey, yeah. Sounds like children. Hey, it is what it is, man. It's so many other channels that you can go to, but you're here debating with a chat that does not like your comments. So I would kindly just maybe if you just left. Wagner tight end transfer recruit Justin Wolf. You talking about the JUCO kid? I like his film too. Right, DR334. That's the funny part. Be grown people trolling on, like, you literally take time out of your adult life to create a profile, right? And just say obnoxious stuff in a chat where you're clearly unwelcome. Like, as a supporter, if I go into a chat and I see that I'm messing up the feng shui, like, I don't stick around. It just don't feel right. Like, I'm not welcome here. Like, you ever been to a restaurant and like they turn their head, like when you walk in, they turn their head and everybody seem to watch you walk to your seat. And then when the waiter come out, they don't seem like they want to serve you. I'm not opposed to getting up. They don't owe me nothing. I chose the wrong spot. Okay, my bad. You know, like, right. That's what, like, oh yeah, it said I sound stupid. You sound like you in timeout. I can't take care of myself like you. Listen, y'all, we ain't gonna beat nobody up today, y'all. We ain't gonna whoop them too bad. Listen, appreciate y'all for hanging out, y'all. We've been live way longer than actually we haven't. Not longer than what we're supposed to. It's 12:30. We've been live doing what we do. I appreciate y'all talking. Tonight, we will jump into some more post-scrimmage breakdown. Get your questions ready. Get whatever you feel like you need ready. Tonight's schedule is going to be Coach Jantz, Coach Sean, and then I'm last tonight to close it out. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Y'all know I'm gonna bring the energy. And like I said, if you're taking it personal, I think if anybody should be taking my takes personal, is Adam, because I literally go at Adam all the time. But he even understands. Like, it's good debate, man. It's good. Like, even though I don't agree with his opinion, like, to me, he's way out there with his opinion of Jalen Miro. I respect it. I respect it enough to acknowledge it. How many people you see get muted in chats because they are debating? Like, it's chats that will debate you because you don't agree with their points or just ignore you. We acknowledge, like, y'all get mad at me for acknowledging the debates. Like, it would be crazy for me to just highlight people that agree with me. That's boring. I don't like that. I don't like when people, like, I've done it before. I've come in here and I've said crazy stuff to see who's just going to agree with me. And there's very few people that agree with my crazy stuff. It's very few people. There's maybe 1 or 2 that'll sit there and they'll agree with me. And I'd be like, man, come on, y'all. Y'all know I'm tripping. Y'all know I'm tweaking. So we got a good community in here that's on the realistic side of things. And I enjoy that. So because of that, that's why I keep coming back. I keep the energy up, and I'm going to keep doing it. So with that being said, y'all know what we haven't done? We haven't given no love to our sponsors. So Kyle.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence Inn, Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. Also, go to therogueshop.com. Use the promo code Bama. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is Bama. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can also do this on your phone and look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Oh, man. Y'all know I can't stand y'all, right? Some of y'all ain't got no home training. And y'all gonna come into T-Town this weekend with all that non-home training, y'all. I love it. I love it, y'all. I really appreciate y'all for hanging out. Don't forget to follow your boy at Coach Smook on every social platform. It's at Coach Smook. All of my profiles have real pictures of me. If you see a fake one with low followers, it's not me, especially the Twitter one. I'm trying to figure out who created this fake Twitter page of mine, because I would like to have them be my alter ego. And we kind of work something out to where I just talk to them and they get to say things that I can't say because of my platform and the position that I hold. So if anybody wants to apply for that position, inbox me at Coach Smook, coachsmook@gmail.com. I will gladly help you create. I will give you a good picture to use for the profile, right? And y'all could be my alter ego, and I will support it. Like, I won't be saying it, right? But you will be saying it for me because you share my same sentiments. You know the thoughts that I have. Like, and you got to be a dog, man. You can't be scared to get banned on socials. Like, yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I love y'all, man. Y'all crazy. Y'all want some rubbing on my back shirts for A-Day? Hey, we got a plug, y'all. We got a t-shirt plug. Jawan, you ain't got no home training. Nah, you just be forgetting it at home all the time. Yeah. Smook trying to power through it. Power through what? Listen, y'all crazy, man. Y'all be the worst. Y'all the worst sometimes, I'm telling you. Nah, Wade's world, you supposed to be there. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at my brother, y'all. Wade's not gonna be there. I'm calling him out. As a matter of fact, I'm putting Wade's world on blast. Wade's world not gonna be at A-Day. He did all that hype, but nah, bro is doing some great things, man. His content is growing, his platform, what he's doing on the content creation side as a host, like he's doing great things in Atlanta. So shouts out to Wade. He's also doing the thing on the acting scene. Jared, that is not how you spell my name. If you're gonna say my name, I'm gonna fire you. Oh boy, see, come hang outside with Coach Smook so you can catch this heat. If you're gonna say my name right. All right, say my name right. Are you coming? Oh wait, you boy, I thought you said you want to go come. I thought you said you wasn't gonna be there. I thought you said, boy, fool, cause I was mad. I was mad. I ain't gonna lie. Schedule for later. Nicole is Sean at 6, Jay at 7, I'm at 8. And we might do a round table all week, y'all. We've been feeling it. I think we feeling it, man. I think we've been feeling it this week, so we get to talk. Nah, ain't no alter ego. It's only me. It's only me. Nah, I ain't got no alter ego, man. I just got different modes. Like, you know how Goku, he had Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. That's how I am. Coach Smoot 1, Coach Smoot 2, Coach Smoot 3. You don't want me being Senador. I'm gonna tell you that. You don't want Senador. Y'all lucky I don't go by Senador, because I probably wouldn't be on this network. Senador is ruthless. Senador is ruthless. More mature now, but very ruthless. KT deals with Senador on the daily. Tell him, sis. Twin, tell him. Tell him, twin. Hey, Auntie, tell them they don't get to deal with Senador. Who else in the chat deals with Senador? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to deal with Senador. Stevens, I almost cussed you out too. I don't talk down on nobody. You are very engaged with your emotions. I will give you that. You are very engaged with your emotions. You really get in your feelings. And I ain't the only one. You got to stop with that. You killing the vibe, man. You supposed to be family. You can't be killing the vibe. Everybody could go at Adam and he don't get in his feelings. You keep repeating stuff. I told you, man. I'm gonna try to coach you up, because that's what they call me Coach Smoot for. I'm gonna try to coach you up. You say you family, but you don't take it like everybody else. You don't get down and get dirty with everybody and then get up and pat them on the back. You be trying to take kill shots and you get mad when you get that same energy. You can't do that. You dish it out. You gotta be able to take it. You gotta be able to take it. Tell them, Moon Rocker, that's what creates the balance. That's what creates the good vibes. I can't wait to have some of this in person. If you can't take it on screen, you don't want to talk with me about Bama football and discuss differences in person, because I'm animated. When I'm roasting on people, like, I'm in your face, I ain't gonna touch you, but like, I'm on you. I'm grabbing your shoestrings. I might grab your collar, and it's not disrespect. It's just how it's passion. If you can't put your arm around me and roast me, then we're not cool. We're not cool. So that's all I'm saying, man. Get some of that thick skin. Get some of that stuff that, you know what I'm saying? You could take one of them. You could take a lick. Don't go crazy, y'all. But it's all love, Steven. It's all love. Coach Smook is always here to encourage. I don't tear people down. And I don't ever take personal shots. It's always at an opinion. I don't take personal shots at people. I don't talk about personal lives like some people talked about. Somebody said I was getting the big head and I was letting my position get to me and that I didn't earn my spot or earn my position here. Somebody told me that, like, literally somebody that supports this channel, claims that they support, said I didn't earn where I am. I could have gotten my feelings and brought that here and called them out, but I didn't. I addressed it as a general thing. I think everybody on this channel has earned what they are experiencing, what we're experiencing as a team. I think we've earned it. People have came at Kyle for years now, since he started this channel. I'm glad he's still pushing. What if he gave attention to everybody that spoke negatively on him, right? I just refuse to do it, Steven. So get some thick skin, man. Pray that all is well with your situation and all that good stuff. And y'all know I'm probably the most approachable, like, in person. Jay got to meet me in person, man. I don't meet strangers. So I don't meet strangers. I don't make enemies. You know what I'm saying? That's just who I am. Steve needs some of that topical oil, man. Rub it on his neck. Rub it on his neck, because we've been at it for the past couple weeks. Rub it on your neck, Steven. But y'all, John Smith, you're a hater. If this is John Smith from Twitter, you're a hater. You're a hater. You're definitely a Milroy hater. It's not difference of opinion with you. You're a Milroy hater. It's possible. It's 100% facts with you. 100%. 100%. And I appreciate you, because you give me quality, buzz material. You give me quality buzz material. I appreciate it. But listen, I'm out, y'all. I got to get up out of here. Got some business to handle. We're going to get our stuff squared away, because your boy's trying to be streaming from a new spot in my new place next week. Can't wait to experience this next transition in life with you all, in my life with you all. A-Day this weekend. Plenty of coverage coming up the rest of this week. Tomorrow we have open interviews with both defensive and offensive players, so that's going to be different. I think we're going to try to go dual setup, you know what I'm saying, with recording and getting some interviews tomorrow. And then Thursday, you'll have the Kalen DeBoer interview. It'll be his final presser before A-Day, which is Saturday. So y'all, we got a full week, and I'm bringing the energy all week. I just want y'all to be ready for it. Much love to y'all. Shouts out to the undefeated, everybody in the chat, everybody super chatted, to our sponsors. We appreciate you all. And I'm Coach Smook, and I'm out, man. I'm gonna leave y'all with a big old roll tide, roll back.